report.
Okay, we're all ready to go, Trudy. Yep, we're recording, so we will declare the meeting open today and welcome everyone along that has joined us online and in the chamber. And we have got some public forum today. So I'm just going to begin with karakia. Tue ki runga, tue ki raro, tue ki waho, tue ki roto, tue ki te here tangata, ka rongo te pō, ka rongo te ao, humie, huie, taie. Thanks everyone. So yeah, we have got our final council meeting for the year and just wanted to thank everyone for a really busy year, to staff particularly for preparing us for not only this meeting but all of the many meetings that we've had this year. Some really important business that we have worked through together, and just thank you to everyone really hugely for being such a great team. Team ORC is building in strength and building relationships with community as well. So just a really brief thank you, but one that's really heartfelt. So anyway, we need to get into today the apologies first of all. So at this point, have we got any apologies? No. Yeah. So yeah, somebody may need to leave early, but that's okay. We don't need to deal with that at this point. We have got public forum, and I'd welcome Nicola Campbell to come forward. Yes, and we just ask that you come down towards the head of the table there. I'm going to need to be running public forum strictly to our standing orders today. So it's great to have you here though, Nicola, and yeah, make yourself at home. We're going to have 5 minutes to address us, so over to you.
Kia ora everyone, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm actually here delivering a video that we made. We interviewed some bus users in the community and we'd like to share what they think about 50-cent bus fares. So Trudy, if you could play the video, thank you.
Yeah, sorry about that.
I don't think the sound is playing.
Buses are a really important alternative to getting private vehicles off the road, and for me 50-cent bus fees would really incentivise taking the bus over taking my own car on a day where I was really tossing up just between driving myself or jumping on a bus.
So I catch the bus as my main way of getting to and from work. I find it hassle-free and accessible.
Really
For me, I think it's really important that we have the ongoing long-term 50-cent bus fares, because it would mean that buses are accessible to a wider range of people, including those with mobility and comfort factors with less disposable income. I think to us, they may not spend very much on this and they get unnecessarily. For me, I think it's really important that we have the ongoing long-term 50-cent bus fares, because it would mean that buses are accessible to a wider range of people, including those with mobility and comfort factors with less disposable income. I think to us, they may not spend very much on this and they get unnecessarily. For me, I think it's really important that we have the ongoing long-term 50-cent bus fares, because it would mean that buses are accessible to a wider range of people, including those with mobility and comfort factors with less disposable income.
Oh, I'm really sorry that didn't work. Okay, we have one more public forum, which is Alexandra McMillan. And Dunedin Public Transport, I think, is the topic.
Busy day.
Welcome along.
Kia ora anō. Thanks for having me back again for the third time today. I am speaking on behalf of myself this time, and I don't think I need to introduce myself again. This time I am talking about the same topic as Nicola around the public transport fares options that you're considering to go out into the LTP for consultation. And I wanted to just
Sometimes this is just a test. We just wait for 1 second. Yeah, especially at this time.
And I wanted to speak briefly to a PhD project that I'm just finishing up supervising called the Cities for Youth project that's been undertaken by my colleague Rosie Hodgson, where she has used peer interviewers to interview in depth more than 50 young people who've experienced barriers to employment, education and training in Ōtautahi, Christchurch and Tamaki Makaurau, Auckland, but with wider implications for Aotearoa, including Ōtepoti. Almost all of her participants were Māori and Pasifika young people who had struggled to keep going in education, access appropriate training and get into employment. What we found was that transport plays a massive part in those barriers, those structural barriers and injustices for those young people, that many are having to drive against their licence in dangerous vehicles that are unwarranted and unregistered, or rely on family members or friends inappropriately licensed and vehicled to get them to where they need to go for their lives. That many are also relying on poor quality, unreliable bus services where routes don't meet the specific needs of these young people and spending substantial parts of their income on bus fares each week. Free public transport that is also high quality would make a giant difference to their own lives and their ability to reach their potential and their ability and desire to contribute positively to society. We also know that transport, especially public transport, is one of the main factors in long-term unemployment with huge social and health costs for the people involved. I want to note the feedback spiral of what happens when you think that that affordability and quality and reliability are in tension with each other or have to be traded off. That when you do that, what you end up with is a public transport death spiral because you are increasing fares and reducing patronage that leads to you not being able to provide the quality, reliability and frequency that is needed to increase patronage. And so the most important measure for the council to think about is patronage and transport equity, and to focus your thoughts on the most disadvantaged groups, especially young people who are struggling with structural barriers to education, employment and training, and particularly Māori and Pasifika young people. It's patronage rather than revenue that the council needs to concentrate on, and that means both affordability and quality, reliability and frequency. And in the current central government environment, which is we know is going to divest in public transport, this means perhaps targeting free fares to those who most need it. Well, privileged groups and ratepayers need to subsidise that and accompany that with improvements in reliability, frequency and quality. So I want to make a strong recommendation that a further option is considered to go out for consultation, and that is to have free public transport for under 24-year-olds and for adults to over 24 up to 65 to subsidise that with slightly higher fares, and for ratepayers to pay a little bit more to subsidise that too. Kia ora.
Kia ora. 4 minutes and 7 seconds. That's fantastic. Well
Better than I
done.
usually do.
Very clear message as well. Today we haven't got time for questions, but apologies for that, and just thank you so much for appearing in person.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it. Okay, on to the next part, which is confirmation of the agenda. I don't know of any changes. Somebody care to move that? Councillor Noon, seconded Councillor Ware, all in favour. Aye, against, carried. Declarations of interest reminder there. And we are on to 6.1. Welcome, Nick. This is an important paper for us. This is our LTP financial strategy and revenue and financing policy and considerations that have come about through a lot of work this year, workshops and commissioning of experts as well. So yeah, it's important that we give some steer today that will set us up towards consultation, and just noting that it's not the final funding policy decisions today, and that we are gearing up for a meeting in February as well, where there'll be a lot more detail and consideration of both that strategy and the policy provided to council then as well. But this is an important day today for giving some direction. So yeah, you know that we've been through a process where we have looked really closely at what is our rating system, and you know what's the most fair, transparent, and best way of setting us up for the future. So I don't need to talk anymore. Nick, is there anything else we need to highlight ahead?
I think key thing you noted is that although this says that you're approving these things, it's approving them so that that's the basis that we can prepare all the financials for the draft LTP, and any changes that you're interested in taking forward from here is what we would include in the consultation document. So, you know, it's not final approvals, it's approvals of the direction for consultation.
Yeah.
So there's a long way to go, you know, on this process. Even if you said yes to all of these things, you know, potentially that's not how it'll end up in the final LTP post-consultation. There is two parts to it. The first few resolutions are around some financial strategy matters, and then the remainder are around revenue and financing policy, which is around different rates. There is a lot of things that have been put here. You know, that's not to say that we're saying that you can or should do all of them. You could, or you could, you know, sort of pick and mix, and then other options are listed behind each resolution, so that if there's, you know, if the recommended way forward that I've put there isn't the way that you want to go, but there's still changes, those options are there as a prompt. So yeah, there is a lot, but hopefully you can just work your way through it, and then we'll go from there.
Yeah, okay. So there is quite a bit here. I think we might have broken a council record of the most amount of recommendations ever in a paper, but just, I can see you've got your hand up, Kate. I was just going to talk about procedurally, perhaps a way forward, and then see if there's any questions overall on the paper, not on the detail, after I've explained that. Hopefully there aren't on that bit. So yeah, we've got the 27 recommendations there, and all of them are quite standalone, really. So I'm suggesting that perhaps we might have somebody that would like to move all of those sort of pro rata, and then we take them. Sorry, it's not pro rata, pro forma, I think. Pro rata would be quite good though. Yeah, so that we take them all individually from there, and we can debate each one as well individually as well. So therefore you won't have you know, there'll be no chance of missing what you wanted to say. Keeping in mind though that this is for consultation, so yeah, we don't want to be here till tomorrow morning. So right, we've got your hand.
Well, no, the problem with
first.
that is that we've got options in each of those, so we'd have to, whoever moves has to choose an option to because and so my first question is taking 3, and this may be a question for you, Richard, apologies. can we do the one suggested plus A? Like, can we do it in either or do we have to just do one and in the consultation?
And my understanding is you've got to have one because we've got to build
Yep.
the draft long-term plan, which relies on
Mhm.
a preferred option.
So, okay, and
And the status quo.
Yeah, so that was the
And
question.
so there
Yeah.
are
So-
options if not approved as well.
So when we build the LTP, we need to have, we build it on the basis of one funding model, which is our preferred. But that's not to say that obviously if we're changing something,
Mhm.
if we're proposing to change it, we'll be saying we've changed it from the status quo, which is always an option to go back to that. But with these other things, is we can say, here's the other options we considered, and we can give some detail around that. So particularly depending on where things land, while we wouldn't go and prepare, if you like, a consolidated estimate of our LTP with all sorts of different variations, because it would just get unwieldy, we would say we considered this and give some detail around that. And all of this background information we'll have on the website. It might not, if it's not in the actual consultation document, it'll reference that there's a lot more material about other options that we looked at. So they're not off the table by any imagination.
that's absolutely great. Just two other questions. One is on paragraph 11 of the actual report. Can I just say up front, which I'm sure we all want to say, this has been an absolutely brilliant procedure. It has been the best long-term plan process I think I've seen, is pulling everything out and putting it in front of us, especially when we've got three councillors doing it for the first time. In paragraph 11, you've got some principles there. The one that stood out to me was complexity. We're not trying to become more complex. We're trying to become more of everything else, more or less, except for rates allocations. It's actually simplicity. We want to be simple.
Yeah, these weren't the principles.
Yeah.
These were stating what the issues and feedback that we'd received, and complexity was the issue.
Yeah.
So the answer is simplicity, but it was pointing out the issues.
Yeah, good point. Yeah.
I just think that as we go out, we can. I think we're trying to be more simple, simplify the system, which is why Anyway, and the only other overarching question I had is about catchments and river management. Is the ability? Do we have the ability? And I had asked this question, I haven't had answered. Do we have the ability to use either the electoral boundaries and the community board boundaries as an option for rating?
Yeah, so the simple answer is we can define any rating area we want. Yeah,
I appreciate that.
Yeah, so yes, we could. I think you'll probably notice rather than trying to take an area, say a TA, and break it down, where possible, I've tried to expand back out to districts and, if possible, to the whole region, rather than trying to redefine into smaller areas. But it's completely possible. We could break things down into whatever areas council wants to.
Hey. So yeah, for those that are online, I should have explained as well that we have circulated some recommended resolutions. Sorry, yeah. Yes, they've had them by email, but just for anyone that's watching online as well and not following what we're doing here, the councillors have a list of recommendations which are pretty much exactly the same. They just have approves for inclusion at the front. We'll put them up on the screen when the time comes. So there was a question just before as well about there's options here, but if somebody did move pro forma, then it's the bit in bold which is, yeah, so everyone understands that. Yep. Councillor Malcolm, there's others though.
I'm very comfortable to move pro forma all 27 not to make the process go faster, but I just think it's a very good way for us to go through the motions.
Okay,
So
yep,
comfortable
and
to
you're
move.
happy to second that, Councillor Wilson. We had some people who had questions. I just want to make sure we're all set in the understanding what we're doing here, and then we'll get into them. Councillor Somerville, then Forbes.
Yeah, thanks. Look, a question about the procedure. If I wish to raise something that's not in the recommendations already, how would I do that? And in particular, I guess the issue about the suggestion that we move all uniform rates onto a capital value basis.
So we'd have an extra resolution at the end, or is it counter to the others? Yeah, probably
It would
is.
be counted the other
Yeah,
way.
so-
I think there would be a discussion you would need to have or a debate prior to starting. these,
Right.
Because it would then potentially influence some of the voting on the proposed on the recommended options. So it would need to be something I think would
We've
come before you.
yeah, and it was procedural.
And so some of those capital values are around public transport, for example, are in the options there, but the capital value, or the uniform charge on the general rate, for example, is not in there yet, and so that would be something new and different, I think.
Yeah.
So your
Just
guidance on the
thinking that through
procedure.
in terms of you could, yeah, Nick.
Well, I was just going to say, I've always said this first bit was looking at activity by activity. The general rates becomes once you've sort of defined through this whether or not the general rate allocations may or may not increase. We then look at general rate and whether there's a UAGC. That'll be the next step.
Okay.
So that's why that one wasn't included.
Okay.
With some of these, as you go through, whether, I might have, like for transport, proposing that the targeted becomes a uniform, so that would get covered. So you don't, for some of them, you don't need a blanket. There should be no uniform rates to cover it. You can debate it one by one, but then there is some that, depending on where, if you did land as you went through individually, that to navigational safety and public transport, I've said uniform. If you then said, no, they're not going to be uniform, there might be a further resolution to add at the end to go, just to be consistent, civil defence, which is uniform, should you consider that? And you could add an extra resolution at the end. I've given you that summary of the rates, and it's got current and proposed. So you could just see which ones are uniform, and then depending on where you land with the individual ones that there are resolutions for, you could then loop in at the end just to wrap up ones if there's a consistency issue, which if you moved away from uniform for those ones individually, transport, navigational safety, then you probably need to consider emergency management, which wasn't part of my resolution because I wasn't proposing any change.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Got it.
Okay, and just to confirm that one about the uniform charge as part of the general rate, that could wait till another time.
Yeah, so I'd propose once we've got the direction today, we'll model all the draft LTP and financials based on that, bring back more detail on the impact of these, and then we'll know the total general rate quantum, and we'd come and go, okay, here's general rate, here it is. Yep. Currently, we do 25% UAGC. Here's the options. Do you want to maximise it, minimise it? And we could do that effectively, early Feb would be when we're back, would be the time to do that.
Okay, thanks. Ta.
Thank you. Alexa, Michael, Kevin and Tim. Oh, you're muted, Alexa.
So mine's a bit related to that, but it's I'm wondering the general putting everything on capital value, or most of our rating on capital value, seems to really disadvantage Queenstown, because it's I know the assumption is that wealthier people pay more under that rating, way of doing it, but I don't think that's a fair assumption around Queenstown, where people have already, our incomes aren't high generally. Yeah.
Question. Yep.
So the question is, do you think that that's a fair, that for the Queenstown Lakes District, that general rating, capital value rating is a fair way to go?
Probably a question for us, but
it is.
Yeah.
But there it is. I just want us to consider that. And the second one is, do we get a chance to debate some of the options in here? Individual ones.
Yes, if that's we will be taking them one by one, and you'll get to debate them one by one as well. Yep. I can't see another way of doing that fairly.
Yep. Okay, thanks.
Yep. Thank you. Michael?
Thank you. I was going to make very similar, not just Queenstown. I have to say, Alexa, would be the entire central and Dunstan region. It would be unfair. But anyhow, I'm just going to ask, what is the maximum UAGC for general rates that the law allows, please?
So that is 30% of your total rates. So if you actually go to page 14, the first page of the rate modelling attachment, down the bottom there's a UAGC calculation, and it shows sort of roughly how that works. I do need to modify it slightly, but it is interesting. What we currently do is we do 25% of the general rate as a UAGC, but it's actually 30% of total rates. And then you've got to account for it's not just a UAGC, it's any uniform rates. And a uniform rate has to be one that is charged on every single property. So if you charge a uniform rate, but only to one district, it's actually not a uniform rate for part of that 30% calculation. So we currently do a UAGC of the $7 million there, at just 7,065. We could have a permitted UAGC. This is based on this year's rates of just over 13 million and still stay within the threshold of 30%.
Okay. Listen, it's not that I want to count across what Councillor Somerville has suggested. It's a fair debate to have. Is there a prospect, Madam Chair, that we can have a wider issue, because this is such a fundamental issue to how we fund across rates? When would we have that debate or discussion about the comparative merits of the UAGC versus capital rating? When would that be?
Yeah, that's the one that I said we'd come back, and I think the first session back is like beginning of February, isn't it? So we'd look to bring all the calculations based on any changes today, and then say, right, here's total general rate, and here's your options around that, and what it will do to the various distributions across the region.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Laws. Councillor Malcolm.
No, look, I'm comfortable now that Mr. Donnelly's explained the situation where we can, Councillor Somerville's thoughts can be expressed in the next session. So that's really good. Yep, thank you.
Councillor Mepham.
Yeah, I think I'm the same. So can I just ask Alan, you don't have a motion any longer around this, is that correct?
Around that, look, I think from what we've heard, that can wait till the meeting in February. On the other hand, where we've got these targeted rates that contain uniform charge, I suppose there's the opportunity for debate on that today.
That's it. Yep, I think that's very fairly summed up. Thank you. Any other questions then on the general content of this paper and what we're doing? Councillor Wilson.
So thank you. I think this is a Brian Scott question. So as we develop this, the next round in February, you're going to, what happens if we make some motions today where the outliers look so bad at the next meeting that we're concerned?
Yeah.
Because that's a problem. We doing this in principles. It's like, yeah, we can change them still.
Yep. It'll be it'll ideally, it'll be a lot of work because we're trying to finalise at that point. But yeah, absolutely. Because that's the whole point, is that we haven't looked at those real outliers and what that's doing and what it looks like all consolidated. Because some things might be going up or down massively in one rate, but on the flip side, there's also an offset. So, overall, it might not look that bad. So we haven't looked at that. So once we've got this, there could be. And if that's how it is, then we'll have to get those changes through. But by that point in February, we fundamentally will have have everything set up. So it's still hopefully not as big a deal changing as we were at for now. to get it all in place.
Just checking, thank
Yep.
you.
Very good. Looks like we are ready to get into those recommendations then. And the first one should be pretty straightforward, which is notes this report.
The vision, please. No, I don't mean that.
Okay, so I might just put that one then. All in favour?
Aye.
Aye. Against? Carried. And the next one's quite straightforward too. It's another noting one. Notes that the following resolutions will, sorry, to those online, can we get this put up on the screen so that others can follow what we're doing? Yeah, I'll just take a moment for that to happen. But I'll read it out so that people can hear at least what we're doing. So yeah, we note aye, against, carried. And the next one's quite straightforward too. It's another noting one. Notes that the following resolution. It's so disconcerting hearing yourself on a recording. Just make sure we are recording now.
YouTube.
We're all good? Yep. Excellent. We're just going to hopefully share in a moment those resolutions visually. And the next one's quite straightforward, so it's another noting one. Notes that the following Wayne, when you
Oh,
interrupt yourself.
It's so lovely listening to you.
Oh, thanks,
You get it again.
Gary.
It's shame.
Didn't you think we listened to the first or the second time? Right.
You're up. I'm gonna brave this again.
We're right. We are sharing.
Yeah, we're up to the second one. Notes that the following resolutions will inform the development of the draft financial strategy for the purposes of the long-term plan consultation. I'll put that all in favour. Aye. Against, carried. Okay, the next one then is approves for inclusion in the draft financial strategy that infrastructure capital repayment will occur over 20 years. So actually,
3B.
the mover would probably get to speak first, but does somebody care to speak to it?
No, we can't ask questions now on individuals.
Yeah, I guess we could have a little section of questions for each one. That's probably important if we keep it, yeah.
So I just want to check the status quo.
Yeah.
I had thought that the Leith one was already 20.
Yeah.
And it's so,
Yeah.
okay, and so this would just bring all the others in a line to the 20 that,
Oh, yeah, what we, yeah,
yep, sorry.
that's what the
Thanks.
recommended is, yeah, the 20 years would be the same, yeah.
The problem is the status quo says over 10.
Yeah, it should say over 10 for all of them. except for
Yeah,
Leith.
sorry, thank you.
Yeah.
Councillor Scott.
Yeah, so, I mean, not many of them will be starting at 0. Some might be year 5, so you're really, instead of going from 5 to 10, you're going from 5 to 20. Have I got that right? You're talking about new infrastructure. What about an existing depreciation situation?
So the way that we've done that modelling that we showed you was factoring in the new over 20 years. We hadn't done any recalculation back for, should we look back at what may have been spent over, the last 5 or 10 years.
So an existing project will stay at 10 if it's being depreciated. If I misunderstood. Or capital
I understand it.
Yeah, it's the way that we've done it is that the way that we'd looked at it was, or in the previous LTPs, is we'd set the rate requirement based on the assumption of trying to get those reserves in each scheme back to 0 at year 10. So it's not so much that it's linked to depreciation, it's just that would change. And we now won't worry about the year 10 position, other than we'll say, well, based on the way we did the calculation today, we said based on 20-year capex repayment, we know that it should be at least at X amount deficit, say 15 million, and then that's what we set the rates to get to. But if we went with this, we'll do a more correct calculation to factor in 20-year repayment, and but it'll be very similar to the calculations that you've seen today.
Cool. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Yep, councillor Callaghan.
Thanks. So as a rule, then everything would move under this to 20 years. Would we still have the ability, if there was one with specific circumstances that we can't foresee now, may need slightly less or may be more? Would we have to go to a plan change to change that, or would we have the ability to best fit a certain circumstance?
Well, I think that it's this is in the financial strategy, repayment terms. I mean, we could put in there, this is what our financial strategy is to look at 20 years, but we could also put in there a comment that, but we will look at them on a case-by-case basis and adjust if need be to give a bit of flexibility. That would make sense. If we did this and then we'll bring back those calculations and you can see what it looks like, you might have a look at some and go, maybe that one's a bit long or that one's a bit short, but as a starter, I think this will give us a better basis to have that, review from early in the new year.
Well, it could just be that there's a specific funding that we can't see now, that might be another party or whatever that requires a different term, so we would fall in line with that. Yeah, just to have that flexibility.
Thank you, councillor Wilson.
Sorry to belabor Brian Scott's question, councillor Scott's question. I think, so we've got 100,000 debit in an account already. You add another $1 million to that project. Is it the 1.1 million that's depreciated over 20 years or payback, sorry, or is it just the new million? Because I took it that it was just the new million, in which case I'm wondering whether the word new should actually be in the motion.
Yeah, well, the way that we're looking at it is just the new going forward. Most of the schemes, other than the Leith, obviously has a reserve deficit. I think the only other one that has a reasonable deficit is West Tyree Drainage. I think it's a couple of million. The others are actually, I think East is sort of not too bad. I'm trying to remember what Clutha is, but most of them, there's not really a material balance there already. So it doesn't really need to be factored in. And the Leith is obviously just on that repayment term anyway.
I suppose mine's a matter of principle going forward, because if we have it as new, then we're always getting rid of the old in that process.
Yeah.
So the answer to that was that it should say new, or?
Yeah, I mean, we've still, the calculations that we did, as I said, that we've showed you today were based on the new being over 20 years. So effectively, that means that, for example, the balance the deficit that's already there for say West Tyree Drainage, for example, would be repaid over this 10 years. But that deficit has been there. Similar sort of deficit has been there for quite some time.
Yeah.
So even if I did a more exact calculation, I think it would probably net out pretty much the same, that balance would be gone by year 10 anyway.
For clarity as a move, I'd be happy to put under the financial strategy that new infrastructure capital repayment will occur over 20 years. And that sort of backs up what Mr. Donnelly's saying.
Payment for new infrastructure will occur over 20 years, whatever. Yep, same thing. Happy to change that, so we'll just get that altered. You got that? Oh, sorry, thank you. Perfect. Right, so we know what we're discussing. Are there any other questions though? No? Okay. Kevin, did you want to say something to lead off debate, or does anyone want to?
No, I think this is a good rationalisation. Moving the capital payback over 20 years is a really reasonable thing to do. 10 years is far too short. And so I'm supporting this motion on those grounds.
Okay, Councillor Noon.
Yeah, I think moving towards intergenerational debt repayment is fairer. I think it also, I suppose, if you looked at the Rating Act, it's something around be a principle around fairness, and in your own private lives, you'd probably look at this as a fairly a 20-year payback with a table mortgage. It's quite common practice. So adopting an approach I think is really important.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson.
I'm happy to support this as a matter of principle for good infrastructure. I think the challenge for us is to make sure that we are planning infrastructure well in advance to ensure that the debt loading is still being paid for by people getting value out of it. And that is the quandary as we look at the PARA framework of adaptation for the changing environment. And that the worst thing that we could do is put out flood protection that we're not using but still paying off in 20 years if we need to change to another adaptation tool. So in principle, very happy, but we need to be planning very long term in advance with the communities to ensure that the costs are being borne by the people getting the value out of it.
Councillor Callaghan.
Totally happy to support it too. It makes sense, or it makes sense from a financial strategy for capital projects and capital activity. It did not make sense the way we were, so I think this is a really positive move. And yes, I'll support. Thanks.
Anyone else? Councillor Scott.
Just for process efficiency, Madam Chair, I do wonder whether, you know, for the next 24 of these, that we could invite a number to speak for, and if there's any against, we might get there quicker.
Yep, we can do that. We're doing all right at the moment. Thanks. Yep.
We'll go around and say yes.
Yep. Okay, thanks. Yep. What suggestion? You've already spoken, Councillor Wilson. Thanks. Yep. Okay. Right, so I think.
For you to put it.
Okay, great. All in favour?
Aye.
Against? Carried. Next one then is for approves for inclusion in the draft financial strategy that transport operating expenditure will be fully funded in the year it occurs. Balanced budget for that activity. Some Councillor Scott. Oh, sorry, questions if you'd like.
Yeah, so it's a matter of interest. If we agreed a $2 fare, Nick, a $2 fare, what lever are you going to pull to get a balanced budget?
I'm going to increase targeted rates to balance it.
But the targeted rates might already be committed, you know, like.
That's what this means.
Yeah, but like a year's pretty short, completely contradicts what we just did in the last motion, it seems to me.
Yeah, but one's CapEx and one's OpEx.
Operations. This is the issue that's been raised previously by the auditors, where we budget for a deficit, and it's been pointed out that that's not sustainable and will become an issue as in future audits. So what this is doing within the financial strategy, because transport has been our issue. There's been some others, but consistently. So this is just saying we cannot budget for a deficit.
Okay.
That means we have to ensure the revenue that there's either rates or potentially fares make up a portion and Waka Kotahi make up the balance, needs to ensure that we are covering our expenditure.
Councillor Wilson.
Look, thank you. That's really clear in transport. I'm just wondering whether, and maybe this is Nick or a Richard question, whether this should actually exclude the word transport and just be all operating expenditure will be fully funded, because that's actually at the heart of the auditors' concerns, I think, as much as they've had to focus on transport given our deficit. Should it be a principle that we operate under?
Yeah, it's interesting. The transport's a little bit different because transport spend, particularly for the PT networks, tends to go up and up, and it never goes down. So what we're trying to say is here we need to always get to that level if you got contract costs, the contracts are going to be adjusted CPI or whatever. Unless you fundamentally got rid of services, you're always just going to only go one way. Whereas the other area is in the infrastructure or the flood and drainage schemes. And the reason we sometimes, or we do it differently there, is because that expenditure can fluctuate. So we're trying to have a steady, sustained rate that might mean that some years we're under and other years we're over. And I suppose river management is the same, because you're never 100% sure that the spend you've budgeted for is what's going to happen, and it doesn't just continually go like that. Some years, you can drop right down, and so it's about trying to smooth those peaks and troughs, but you don't get that in transport. You only get peaks and then a bigger peak the
Really
next year.
happy, just want to make sure
Yeah.
that we're all on the right page about that.
Question? Yep, thanks.
Just on that, then there would be some operational expenditures that might need to go across 2 financial years, whether they go over the end of the financial year. So that if we took transport out of that, that might start jeopardising some of our activities.
Yeah.
Means we don't have an option to smooth some of those that do go over, whereas in transport, it's always that. So that's why it's being applied specifically to transport and not other activities. We should still, as a principle, generally be trying to set a balanced budget, but we don't want to hamstring ourselves to that.
Okay, ready for debate then?
Oh, yeah, I'm very happy with this and that it really moves us towards what our auditors wish and moves us towards good financial planning, that we're paying for what we're doing as we're doing it, and it's really pertinent in transport where we are providing that service and we're keeping a pace with it. So a sound resolution.
I agree with what he said, only a bit shorter.
And now we've only got one more speaker for, and then Councillor Noon.
I don't want to be critical, but this is probably one of the most useful things that Audit New Zealand has done in terms of giving us direction on this particular topic. And we pay them a substantial amount of money annually. And so thanks, Audit New Zealand. But just thinking back to the last long-term plan, I think our operational budget for transport, I can't remember whether it was just Dunedin or Queenstown or a combination of both, but it was going to take us 7 years from 2021 to whatever, 2028 to break even again with the operational budget. And if you looked at our current LTP, that 7 million, I think now is about 11. So we can, at least we're confronting the problem, so that's great. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Forbes.
I just simply want to just support that as well. It's sound financial strategy, and I'm glad to see us address it, even though there will be associated difficulties as we go forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Any speakers against? No. Okay, I'll put it then. All in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. 5, approves through inclusion in the draft financial strategy that existing transport deficits will be ring-fenced, with funding for those to be considered separately in the financial strategy. Any questions? No questions. Any debate? No? I'll just check there's no hands up. No. Okay, well, I'll put it then. All in favour? Aye.
No.
Against? Carried. Was that a no, though? No, it wasn't. Okay, that's good. I must have misheard that. Yeah. Thank you. All right, 6 is just a noting now. Notes that the following resolutions will inform the development of the draft revenue and financing policy for the purposes of long-term plan consultation. I don't think we need to talk about that one, so I'll put it all in favour. Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. And then on to 7, approves the establishment of a new catchment management rate to fund biodiversity implementation, eco-fund, land and water implementation and environmental management activities. The new rate will be regional based on capital value. Any questions? Don't think there's any questions, so debate. Councillor Wilson.
I'm going to support this because I haven't got another option to support in these papers, really. I think the opportunity is being lost here, both for the catchment groups and the river management to be done at a catchment scale or at a scale that better reflects those catchments. And we've got, I think one of the success stories since the development of OCC has been the number of catchment groups operating and offering to partner with the ORC on some brilliant environmental change. But disenabling their ability to look at funding streams using a catchment management rate that reflects those catchments as an opportunity lost. Having said that, I also think it's something that may be better done at year 2 in order that we get some of these other heavy lifting over the line first. I hope that we can reflect on that, and I am sure that we will get some submissions along that line at a later stage. But I wanted to reflect on that, and that's not taking away from what has been otherwise a really good thinking about how we do this funding.
Councillor Forbes, then Scott.
I'm actually okay, thanks, Gretchen, I've worked it up.
Councillor Scott.
Yes, I agree with Kate. I think we should reflect on this in year 2. Cool.
Cool, thanks. Anyone else?
Yeah, look, I think this is business as usual for ORC. That the key to this rate will be the way that we tell the story, the way that we promote it, and be very clear and transparent about what we are charging for and why we're charging it specifically like this. So they all sit well together, but we need to be telling that story so nothing's lost and everyone understands what we're doing. So very happy to support.
Anyone else? Councillor McCall.
Yes, thank you, Chair. No, I'm pretty happy to support it as well. I think it's pretty much business as usual. We're just telling our story in a slightly different way, and there's no logical reason why you'd want to defer it to another year, because it's just going to happen under 3 headings instead of under 1. So we just take the story and tell our story, and then build on the story as we go.
Good point, Councillor Callagher.
I'm going to be voting against it because I don't agree with the rating structure proposed.
Okay, yep. Anyone else want to speak against it particularly? Okay. We will put it then. All in favour? Aye. Against?
No.
Take it recorded? Yep. Okay, then it is 1. Thank you. Approves, number 8, approves discontinuing of the rural water quality rate, assumes establishment of the catchment management rate. So that was lucky. Yeah. So yes, okay, any questions on that? No. All right, anyone want to say anything about this? No, we can put it then. All in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. 9 is approves discontinuing the wilding tree rate and fund this activity through the biosecurity rate. So not losing it, giving it another pool of money. Yep, Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. Just for clarity, and the reason that this, I can imagine some groups wanting to see this money separately identified, is that their co-funding is easier to articulate on the income side by council. It's easy to show the continuity of a wilding rate going into the council and then the expectation that's coming out. And the confidence that the funding is in our plan for their co-funding that they may be looking for elsewhere. How would we articulate that in a way that's constructive for the wild and control groups if it's under something just called biosecurity rate?
I think it's a bit like any of the other rates. I think Councillor Malcolm just mentioned the catchment management one. We're going to have to be very clear in our communications about what each rate is funding. But yeah, I mean, whether those groups rely on, rates invoices that's there, or whether they just need some sort of letter of support, formally from us as council. I would have thought some sort of letter would clearly be able to cover that and give them what they need for co-funding, and doesn't necessarily have to be on the rate. But it is, some of these things, the logic of, for example, catchment management, but part of the logic of having that separate, because effectively it's calculated the same as general rate, but you've got transparency and it shows it separately. So just with this one, the logic was, well, it's probably not an amount that warrants it. But yeah, I would have thought there's other mechanisms, and key would be around, how we're communicating our activities, so it's clear that that is included in our biosecurity activity, and that's how it's funded.
Yep, thanks. So we're on questions. Stolbo, I can see Councillor Forbes, you've got your hand up.
Oh, no, I'll wait for debate. Thanks, Gretchen.
Good one, yep. Any other questions then? Oh, okay, over to you, Alexa.
I think this isn't just about co-funding, actually. It's about lots of things. And I realise that we're trying to simplify, and it seems logical to bring Wilding Pine funding into a more general rate fund as part of a simplification process. But I think Wilding Conifer Control is too much of an outlier to treat in that way. It's a 96:1 cost benefit ratio. And that means that there's a huge alignment between an environmental gain and economic gain. And that's relatively unusual, high environmental benefit. And I think for that reason, it needs to be separate, and that people can respond to that CBA, and they need the option to be able to lift that specific rate if they feel so inclined, and doing it this way as a separate line, it can. I've been asked to pass on the deep disappointment of the chairs of Otago's Wilding Pine groups in the suggestion to remove this rating line. And I know we haven't done it yet, and they've got more option to be heard. But they say, and I agree, that bundling this into broad biosecurity will greatly diminish the profile and importance of the Wilding Pine problems and the scale of which we've articulated already in our own cost-benefit analysis. So I will be opposing this, and I would encourage people to think about this as an outlier. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Kelleher.
Yeah, I agree with that. I'll be voting against the motion as it's put because, I think the Wilding Tree activity is something that will reach finality and completion at a point at some time, maybe in the next 5 to 10 years, as the groups maintain their activity. A biosecurity rate we will be funding forever because we'll always be managing those pests. So I think it diminishes the profile of the activity for those groups.
Anybody else? Councillor Mepham.
Look, I've been convinced by the arguments put by the last two speakers. I've seen the Wilding Pine problem up at Lake Onslow. It's significant, and I think it needs a focus. So I'll be going against this as well.
Okay. Lots of speakers against. Councillor Noone.
Look, I don't think we should get wrapped up about the $1.95 or whatever it is. It's not about the quantum. This is about ensuring that our rating mechanisms, headings, whatever you like to call them, move with the times. We are clearly focused on biosecurity across the region. Our pest plan has something like 48 or 9 pests in it, and under eradication, I can't quite remember how many of those are included in there, but there are wallabies, for example, and other pests that we are trying to literally exterminate from the region. So my point is, this is just a focus area for the means of rating. The focus is still on getting rid of Wilding Pines sooner rather than later, but it's just a mechanism at this point rather than either the quantum or taking our eye off the ball or anything like that. We're not doing that. It's just a mechanism. And actually, Alexa mentioned the word simplicity, and that's what it's about.
Thank you. Anybody else? Councillor McCall.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'm happy to just be in favour of the motion. Support what Councillor Noone was saying. It's about simplicity. It's about bringing together items that are very similar, have the same outcomes, bringing them together into one group. So you can see it. I can understand the other speakers' positions. My position basically is, in my area, Wilding Pines are not a big area, but biosecurity is. So it's, we don't mind contributing towards, possum control as opposed to wildling control. So it's different. Yeah, it creates different things from different areas. So, I'm very confident that the wildling pine fraternity will have their message front and center at all times. And it's important that we have we get the funding in so that we can actually achieve the sorts of paybacks. It's more about the amount to get the funding level to achieve the paybacks, because you can't get any payback if you don't have funding. So I think it's just about telling the broader story.
Thank you. Councillor Laws and then Somerville.
At the end of the day, this is a simple communication issue. And it's a much wider issue to me as to how much money you're going to spend on Wilding Pines in the long-term plan. And if you were going to itemise Wilding Pines, then I'd be itemising the Wilding Pines of the Lakes, which is Lagrosiphon, and putting in a separate facility there too, which is a passion of mine. I'm happy to go with the biosecurity rate. I just think it needs explanation in the accompanying material that goes out.
Thanks, Councillor Laws. Councillor Somerville.
Yes, thanks. Look, I've had my mind changed by those who have argued in opposition to this. I was going to support it going through, but I guess I see the point of keeping the profile, but also being fully responsive to those groups who are immediately involved with this work, and to take their feedback on, I think, is important too. So I will oppose this one. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else then? No? Okay. Yeah, we'll just put it simply then. All in favour? Aye. Against?
Aye.
Division? Thanks. So,
Councillor Malcolm?
Yes.
You missed me out.
And me.
Apologies, Councillor
You're on the
Laws.
right-hand side of the table at the moment.
Are we calling
Councillor Laws?
Alphabetical order.
Yes.
Councillor McCall?
Yes.
Councillor Forbes?
No.
Okay, and Councillor Noon?
Aye.
Councillor Metham?
No.
Okay, Councillor Scott?
No.
Councillor Somerville?
No.
Councillor Weir? And Councillor Wilson?
Yes.
And Councillor Robertson?
Yes.
That's 6-all.
6-5. In favour.
6-5 in favour. Thank you.
Not me for the call that, sorry.
Right, on to the next one, which is navigational safety management rate. Approves establishing a new navigational safety management rate to replace rating for this activity on a general rate, sub-regional basis.
Oh, I've typed that one wrong.
What
Because
does that one mean?
all the analysis that I've done that. Oh, actually it is sub-regional. It's not it's on a district basis, because QLDC won't get it. But I was proposing that within each district it would be uniform for the ratepayers, and that's not
So do we
noted
need
there.
to alter this one?
Yeah.
Probably, because it isn't what we'd, so do we need a minute to do that, or?
Well, it would just need to say that repay, navigational safety. That it will be on a.
We can come back.
Oh no, because it's not general rate sub-regional. I've done it on a new targeted rate. Yep.
Uniform regional
To
excluding.
replace rating for this. Oh no, sorry, So I've said to replace rating for this on a general rate sub-regional. What I haven't said is the navigational safety management rate would apply to the districts that service is in. So
To apply within district.
so it's on a district basis, and just for your reference, that excludes QLDC because they don't get harbour master services, and it would be on a uniform basis, is what I've proposed in the rates modelling and the analysis.
In bracket. Whatever. Yeah, we're just waiting a second to get that up.
So that's up there.
And this.
Sorry.
Can I ask a question? Oh,
Just letting them think and make sure we've got this correct, and then we'll let them answer questions. Yep. Yeah. So you happy? Oh, we'll make sure that Nick's happy before we then bombard him with questions as well. Oh, procedural, yeah.
So do we need an option B, like approves that safety rate under a different rating value, because we've done that for a few of the other ones.
So those other ones were just there as alternative options. If people, if 10 fails, then we can.
Well, it's your oyster in terms of an alternative option.
Yeah.
Yeah.
New rate.
Yep. Okay. Sorry, that's all good, and Nick, you're happy? That's good, yep. Okay, Councillor Wilson.
So I appreciate it's a newly called navigational safety management rate, but it used to be the harbour. It's replacing the harbour management rate.
Yeah, we used to call it harbour management.
Yeah, I think it's helpful if people understand that in the wording. So it proves it's not a new rate though, really, is it?
To replace rating for this activity. So it is referencing the old one.
Okay.
Yeah.
I see. Thank you.
Can't stop.
Yeah, cool. Why, Nick, do we have like a 25% uniform rate with our general rates, whereas on this one you're going 100% uniform? Is there an inconsistency there?
Well, this one, when I went through looking at, well, if we make it a new rate, what I wanted, it's currently charged through a sub-regional general rate. So the areas that are getting it don't even know that they're paying for that because it's just absorbed. So I thought it was more transparent to have this as a separate rate. It has sort of $1 million worth of cost. Then it'll be very clear to those areas that are getting it. Then looking at it, this was a bit of what I only sent through today, but my thinking on these rates, uniform versus some either value or area basis, was that the same as civil defence. We do civil defence on a uniform basis because at the time we did that, the theory was that it was more related to people than a direct relationship to the property value or the land area. So hence we went that way. Looking at this one, because it's going to go across these areas, again, the same, it doesn't seem to be directly related to the property. It's more about people. So this, and that was my logic behind these ones where I've said, well, this targeted rate should be uniform. And it's also, although this doesn't impact QLDC, because obviously they're excluded, they've got their own harbour or navigational safety. But other areas that are, where the capital values are higher, heading in closer through there in Central Otago. Also, this is going to go across every property in a district. So, you've got the inland rural areas. So if you do it on a uniform basis, you flatten the curve completely.
Isn't there, though, a degree of affluence with this navigational rate? I mean, typically, you would have to have a boat to get any money into it.
And that's something that you could look at this sort of stuff, and you could go, I think when we did the funding needs analysis, this was one of the things. I think we made the comment that ideally, you would be looking to charge users, but it's very difficult to. There's no mechanism to charge them. So then it became, a rate became the best mechanism, and then flat became better.
More associated with CV than uniform. Sorry, Madam Chair. No, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Yep, Councillor Callaghan.
So just to clarify, it's all districts less QLDC.
Yep.
Dunedin City, all other districts.
Yep.
But not QLDC.
Yep. So there would be 94,000 ratepayers paying it.
Just for completeness, the mover and the seconder are happy with the altered wording. Yep, cool. So any debate? None on. Sorry, Councillor Weir.
I think uniform charges, disadvantage those who have less to pay and advantage those who have more, which is against one of our rating principles. So I don't think that makes sense to have it as I understand, for this targeted rate, it's probably coming to a pretty small amount overall for each thing, but I just don't see a reason why we wouldn't do it on a CV basis. I see the need for the rate, obviously, but yeah, we'll be voting against it on a uniform basis. Cool.
Thank you, Councillor Somerville.
Thanks. Well, look, I agree with Councillor Weir there. Look, I support the establishment of the navigational safety rate, but not on a uniform basis. We know many people are under financial pressure and our rates are part of that. We can help ease that financial pressure by moving the burden of the rates from people with less ability to pay to those with greater. Now, I recognise that capital value is a very imperfect measure of ability to pay, but it is the best one we have. And so should this motion fail this time round, I'm happy to move it with the an alternative motion with saying let's establishment on a CV basis instead. Thanks.
Councillor Malcolm.
Just speaking up, I'm happy to support that. As noted there, the harbour, the waterways are not prescriptive on whether you have wealth or not. If you want to use them, let's respect those people that are supplying the service. And that's why I'm really saying it's uniform. It doesn't discriminate on wealth. And if you want to go into the harbour, you are gaining the advantages of that service. So I'm happy to support as a uniform rate.
Councillor Callagher and then Metham.
Yes, I think this has to be a uniform rate in my view. I don't agree with that we have a principle that we should all be moving, everything should be moving towards capital value. I think that is incredibly unfair. Capital value is not a fair mechanism for people's ability to pay. So I'll be supporting this as proposed.
Thanks, Councillor Metham.
I'm sorry, this is a question again, but it'll form debate. How much are we actually talking in terms of the cost of the navigational rate allocated across 94,000 ratepayers? What is it per person?
Based on current, it's $11.43 if we had been doing it this way for this year's rates. So obviously when we go forward it will change, but yeah, we're talking $11.43. It was in the summary in that rates modelling down towards the bottom. It replaces a bit of if you look at some of the way some of the sub-regional allocations have gone, the various regions ranged from $7.20 to just under $19. So now it would be $11.43 flat. That was the averages. And then I also, the info that I sent out this morning had I did do some calculation based on how that amount would look if it got distributed over capital value. It wasn't a perfect calculation because I did it over all of the 124,000 properties, but it did show the distribution. And as you get up the top end, most are sort of down that lower value, but it's those outliers. But we haven't looked at who they are and what the maximum moves would be under capital value. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, everyone who wanted to speak has, I think. So we'll put it all in favour. I'm against.
No.
Okay, it's carried. 3 noes that I heard. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Would you like your votes recorded?
Yeah, sure.
Yep, Councillor Weirwood, Councillor Somerville, I think you voted no.
Oh, yes. Okay, thanks. Record that. Thank you.
And Councillor Scott?
No, I'm good.
Okay. Right. Approves, I think we're up to 11, approves establishing a new farm plan rate to fund council's requirement to administer the freshwater farm plan process. Rate will be uniform and based on land use and size in line with farm plan requirements. Note, it is envisaged this rate will be introduced in year 2 of the LTP. Are there any questions? Good one. Yep, I can see some people are still reading that, but I don't think there are any questions. So we're into debate then. Councillor Methven.
This is sort of a little bit contrary to the discussion we've been having about uniform rates. I see this as a fair way of distributing costs across the board that are being borne by farmers. And I think that it's fair enough for the users of our environment that are placing a lot of emphasis on the quality of our environment to help out in the situation.
Okay, anyone else? Councillor Weir.
I mean, same as last time. A farm that has a high capital value, you know, it's imperfect as we've said, but it's a lot more fair than a uniform rate. Farm that's got a higher CV should be able to chip in a bit more than a farm that's perhaps got a low one. So voting against.
Councillor Noon.
This is a positive direction that came from central government, and we're now at the business end of ensuring that we have income to help implement our rural community. Any land owner, partial farmer with more than 20 hectares will require a farm plan. Anyone in the horticulture industry with more than 5 hectares will require one of these. So it's not just about the sectors that use the rural environment to make an income. It's also about the wider environmental benefits to the wider community. We all, no matter where you live, urban or rural, we all are very lucky in New Zealand to have such wonderful scope in terms of the environment that we can go out and enjoy the weekend. So to Tim's point, I think this is a rate that should be uniform, and the wider community contributing because there are wider benefits.
Anyone else? Thanks, Councillor Noon. Councillor McCall, and then
Just a question on that. So sorry, is Councillor Noon saying that it should be a uniform rate over every rate car?
That's what I was speaking to, yes.
Yeah, that's what I understand, which is different to the motion.
Use size, sorry.
So it's just, I'm assuming the same.
To a portion of properties based on land use and size, similar to the way we do the dairy rate currently. We identify the properties. This would have a similar trigger to farm plans effectively, and be applied to those properties only on a uniform basis.
So our estimate is there'll be approximately sort of 3,500 properties that would pay this, but it's only covering the farm plan administration costs. There's still other costs that would sit in this whole compliance area, around public inquiry, so in general inquiry and some general administration, everything, which is 100% general rate funded. This is just for a key bit that we've identified there. We're estimating about $400,000 worth of cost. It would then go across those properties. It would be about 130. That's our estimate at the moment. By the time we get there, it might be, a little bit different. But effectively, that's exactly the same as what we do for dairy, where it's currently, 450 properties, and it's about 560 per prop.
So it's essentially a user pays regime.
Just for this part of it. But there is general ratepayer is contributing to other things around the fringes. Yep.
Sorry.
Yep.
So just to clarify, so that becomes a targeted uniform rate, isn't it?
Yep. The same way the dairy rate currently is.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, so I got quite a list here, unless anyone's got a procedural thing. Then I've got Councillor McCall, Kelleher, Wilson, and Scott.
We on debate.
We're debating, yeah. You're allowed to ask a staff member a question and debate, understanding all this, yeah.
No, that's fine. I put my hand up to clear up just what was covered, but just in debate, I think like the introduction of the farm plans is like a game changer in a lot of ways, and it's going to change the way that landowners. It's going to change the way that we work with the landowners to get environmental outcomes. So the next motion makes it pretty palatable, and that existing stuff's going to be replaced by the new way of doing stuff. And I think at the end of the day, as long as the landowners are getting value back from the process, I'll be happy to continue along. So I'll support the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Callaghan.
Yeah, I support it and support it as uniform. Makes sense. I think it's the fairest way to do it.
Yep. Councillor Wilson. Okay. Councillor Scott.
So if I got this right, each farm will pay the same amount. Thank you.
Councillor William.
I just wanted to add to what I said before and just be clear that I'm very supportive of the rate in general, and the work that's going into it. Just not the fact that it's uniform.
Oh, yeah, that's perfect. Anyone else then? I think we've all had a chance to just double check online now. Okay, we'll put it then. All in favour? Aye. Against?
No.
One no, I think. Two no's. Okay. Would you like those? Oh, sorry, it was one. Would you like those recorded though?
I don't need mine recorded, thanks.
Oh, thanks. Rightio. 13.
Debate this one.
No.
13 approves establishing a new river and waterway management. Oh, sorry, 12. Look, oh gosh, this one approves discontinuing the dairy rate, which assumes the one before. Yep. Okay. Any question or no? Any debate? No. Okay, I'll put it. Sorry, you have got a debate.
So I'm assuming that 450 times two, which is $225,000, is that form half of that $400,000 that you have said will be the farm plan rate? Sorry, that's a question actually. Yeah. So you said you thought that the quantum of the farm, the previous one of the farm plan rate would be the total quantum would be about 400 grand. Of which are you saying that half of that, or a bit over half of that, will be actually this dairy rate, or is this?
Well, they're sort of my understanding, Richard might be able to explain it better, but at the point that we move into a farm plan regime, our dairy inspection regime will basically drop away and be replaced. So
this was coming anyway, as we've moved under Plan Change 8 to consenting dairy activities. The permitted activity monitoring was going to fall away. It just happens to have also now aligned with the introduction of the farm plan rate. So dairy inspections for the purposes of consent compliance will still be subject to compliance charges.
Correct. Yeah, thank you. Yep.
No one else.
No,
Yep.
Thanks for the clarity.
No worries. We will put it all in favour. Aye. Against? Carried. 13 then, which I've read, which is around the new river and waterway management Queenstown Lakes rate, which amalgamates river and waterway management and Wakatipu and river and waterway management Wanaka into a single district-wide rate. Hopefully understandable for everyone. Are there any questions though, in case it's not? No? No, someone wants to say something? Is it all right, Kate?
Well, in debate, I think this is a backwards move to the extent that I think that we'd be working in catchments better. And so I will be voting against this one because I'd actually prefer that we consider the river and waterway management differently in a catchment scale, which this aligns with pretty well already. But that would be work for the future.
Okay. Yep, Councillor Callaghan.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think these two areas are quite different and different extent of activities in each one. So I'll be voting against the two.
Okay.
Same.
Okay. Did you want to say anything, Alexa?
I don't think so. I just can't really see the advantage of this apart from simplification.
Okay.
So no, I'll be against it.
No one else? Oh, Councillor McCall and
just Connie, I'll vote for it. I think it's about the simplifying the system, and we're also, I've just got in the back of my mind as well that we're about to embark on an integrated catchment management process in the Upper Lakes area, which is basically bringing all these groups together into one to share a common goal. So we have to decide. I'll work with it anyway.
Councillor Methven.
I'm really unsure how I should vote on this because I don't actually live in that area, but I would like to support our councillors that are in the Dunstan area. But I'm interested to know if Michael's online, what he thinks about this.
Yeah, no, I won't be supporting this. I'm sorry. If we're going to start doing this, then we need to do a hell of a lot of differentiation across the entire region.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just wondering whether it is worth asking whether there's a reason other than simplification that they would be together.
Well, it's consistent with all the other river management rates which are on a district-wide basis. It doesn't, it's just this one has always been an outlier in that it's had the two. It's not going to change any of the activity that's going on. And in fact, I would, from a simplicity point of view, I'd argue the simplest way to do it would be to actually have one river management rate across the whole region. Then you just manage the work that's being done to ensure that you are happy with where the distribution's going. So I think the point might have got made about differentiation. This is actually creating less differentiation to make sure that there's a wider funding pool, but the same activity still happens. It's still spread over the two areas in the same way that other, in other districts, there'll be different pieces of work going on in different areas. Just basically aligns this one with all the other districts where they only have one river management rate. And we're going to go.
I'd say
go the other way of just having one river management rate for the whole region.
Well, that would seem a.
Yeah. Yes, I think for the sake of the vote, I think it is worthwhile answering that one. We've got Councillor Laws and then Councillor Forbes.
I was just going to ask the question. From what I see here, you're just rating Queenstown, the Queenstown ward or the QLDC for it, but that river, is that right?
No, they both. There is two separate river and waterway management rates. One for Wakatipu and one for Wanaka. So they're rated separately and maintain, their own, if you like, distinct areas, whereas every other district is just one for the district. Like there's one for Central Otago. So all I'm proposing here is just basically amalgamate the two and just have one for Queenstown Lakes district, the same as every other district.
Well, that's the question I was going to ask. The Clutha River, not long after it leaves Lake Wanaka, ends up in Central Otago, just above Queensbury, and then flows into Lake Dunstan, and then down to the dam at Clyde. So is that part of the river and waterway management or not?
Yeah, all the rivers and waterway management. This is just a way of funding the activity that happens, wherever it happens, and so it'll be divided on where that line is. It'll be deemed that work happened in that district rather than the other
district basis, but obviously we could come up with any other basis. Yep. Okay. Right. So we've had quite a lot of questions in amongst the debate. Sorry, Alexa, I did say I'd come to you.
Yeah, and I suspect Nick's probably right, and my reticence to it has been concerns about the river management of the Darton, the Veesan, and of the Clutha, and how this might impact ratepayers. But if it doesn't, and I'm sorry I can't find it in my papers right now, Nick, but if it remains equitable, I'm happy to do that. And I do realise it is an outlier and there's probably not a good reason for it to be an outlier. So I can definitely be convinced to go the other way. So I'm not quite sure what to do at this point. I wonder if, Nick, you might actually give us a little bit more about how that impacts
It's
each
okay,
week.
it's probably a decision for us at this point, and as we said earlier on, we've got quite a bit of more work to,
Yeah.
sorry, it's a bit more work to do as well, so it's not a
Yeah.
final setting in stone sort of a scenario. So
A
I
bit
think
but
what you're
we're-
saying to Nick will happen. We're just gonna have to decide ourselves. So now we're in debate. Yep, councillor Noon.
River and waterway management across Queenstown Lakes District, including Wanaka. For me, the experts in the field under Gavin's team will decide priorities across the district. So if, I don't know, gravel needs to be moved on a particular spot within the district, they'll work out where the top priority is. They'll work out where the top priority is if willows need to be removed or whatever. So to me, it doesn't need to be a fine tuned area focused within a district. It seems to me that it's about priorities. So the funding goes into a pot and it's sorted in terms of priorities where that money is best spent.
Rightio. Thank you. Anyone else? We're just conscious of time as well.
Others, it's a second go, can I?
I know. Quickly, that'll be-
Look, I think the fundamental issue here is that the community wants to have more feed-in, and the closer they feel like they are to the rating base, the more they can input into it. The example I'm going to give is in the Pamahaka, where there was a substantial amount of tree work wanting to be done, and I literally had people saying, if we could influence the work program, we would actually ask for our rates to go up because we want to get the job done once. Equally, I think there's areas of the Lindis that have specific projects that they want to do and wouldn't mind increased rates as long as they can see it targeted to that area. And the more they feel connected to an area that is rated, the more they think they can influence it. And to that reason, I think it enables communities with strong identities to work if they are done at a different scale and at a catchment scale. So that's why I think that in the year 2, I'd like to be pushing us to be doing river management and catchment work at that scale. And that's why I don't see any reason for 1 year to put this together. But I might think I'm probably wishful thinking I'm going to influence anyone else to change their tune on the rating system.
Yep. Okay. Right. So we're going to put this then. All in favour? Aye. Against?
No.
Carried. Recorded. Yep. Councillor Wilson and Kelleher. Anyone else who voted no that wants that I didn't hear? No. Okay. Right. Number 14 approves establishing a new Alexandra flood targeted rate based on a defined area to be determined and capital value. Questions quickly? Councillor Kelleher.
When you say based on a defined area to be determined, and we haven't got it clarified what's to be determined, is that how far are we going with this?
Well, I need to go back and have a look at some of the history and work out exactly what the primary driver was. The stuff I've seen says that it was, that the scheme got built because of flooding that happened in that Alexandra CBD area. So a bit the same as, if you like, take the leaf, it's probably around that area, but need to have a look at what that means. The reason this has come up is because Alexandra flood scheme doesn't currently have a targeted rate, because there's always been the assumption that it was basically going to be virtually fully funded by Contact, but there's now an agreement with them as to what they will fund, and there's a residual which is bigger than what it has been. So previously there was a small general rate portion that was funded via a sub-regional district rate that all of CODC paid, but it was a small amount, a few $1,000s. Whereas the residual now is going to be, probably closer to 100,000. So hence establishing this and aligning it with the other flood schemes that have a targeted rate. And that would mean defining an area. Yeah. I did say that, another option is to not define an area. It could, still use the district, could even not create a new targeted rate and just use the river and waterway management rate for the whole of the district. But to be consistent, it should probably have a defined area the same as the other flood schemes. And I would imagine I'll need to sit down and do some work with engineering and look at the history of exactly where the flooding went and what was being protected, and then say, okay, it's these properties and this is how it would look. Yep.
Okay. Any other questions? Debate? Nope. Doesn't appear to be any debate. I'll put it, all in favour, aye, against, carried. Yep, and would you like that recorded? Yep, thank you. 15, approves amending all flood schemes and Toko Mariro drainage to a 20% general rate allocation. This is all flood schemes and Toko drainage. Yep. Question, Councillor Scott?
Yeah, cool. Why are you recommending 20% on this one and 10% on the next one?
Because based on benefit analysis, currently drainage schemes have it's either 92 or 94% targeted rate. So when we did the detailed analysis with Castalia, that's where they landed. They were more in the low 90s, and the flood schemes were more in that low to mid 80s. Yep. So based on that, sort of going, okay, this is where they're currently at. We did the funding needs analysis, talked through it with council, and the feedback from that was that councillors saw the targeted rate benefit still as high for both of those, but there's still comments that they saw it higher for drainage than for flood, primarily because, the purpose of drainage, the drainage schemes, is to drain the land for productivity. So it is more heavily weighted towards that than flood that has protecting the property, and there'll be amenity that the general public has more access and availability of.
Thank you.
Councillor Wilson.
So the Tokomariro, while it's called Tokomariro drainage, are you saying it's more like a flood scheme? In which case, the question is, should we change the name of it as well then?
Well, it's interesting. It still is a scheme of drains, but from what there's still work to do. I've sort of said in other workshops, need to go away and have a look at the history, and still probably need to look at Toko and Clutha, because they're very much, those boundaries are still, and the rating areas are still as they were defined probably back from the drainage board days.
Yeah.
But from some of the stuff that I did find there, it indicated that yes, it's a series of drains, but its purpose is to actually drain the water so that it stops Milton from flooding.
Yeah.
So then you go, well, it's sort of a flood scheme.
Yeah.
But with drains rather than flood banks and pumps.
Okay.
But I might be wrong. That's just the stuff that I've found. So that's it, and I was always a little bit, I couldn't understand why was it based on capital value if it's a drainage scheme, but now I can understand it. So I've aligned it to the flood schemes rather than the drainage schemes.
That's great. And there's Lower Clutha, and then there's Clutha flood and drainage, isn't it? The Clutha is flood and drainage.
Yeah.
And then the Lower Clutha is just drainage. Is that right?
No, it's Lower Clutha flood and drainage.
Okay, so just for clarity, because we've got the next motion down below, 16 is, and so we put Lower Clutha flood and drainage in there because it.
Oh, yeah, because Lower Clutha has a drainage
component.
Drainage component. Yeah. So what I'm proposing is the current for Lower Clutha has two parts. We basically allocate the costs into two halves. Okay. Yeah, into whether it's flood cost or drainage. Yeah, and then what we do is we say, well, all the flood gets the flood has 90 something, has 80 something percent targeted, so there's a bigger general rate. The drainage has 94% targeted. Yeah, and then once the general rate bits have been allocated out, the remainder actually gets all lumped together and then allocated out over all the zones. So it's sort of it's different in the way that it's done, but I'm still proposing that where we've got the flood and drainage allocations to general, that they still align into the 80 and the 90, or the 2010 to general. Yep.
Okay, any other questions? Yep, councillor.
Oh, yeah, sorry, I was still trying. So what we're saying here, from currently under, let's go, this one here, West Torrey drainage. I know you're after floods and you won't, yeah, I'll go back to floods. You go to Lower Torrey flood. You're, at the moment, you've got a region-wide percentage of 4% and a district-wide of 12%. So you're saying that that will go to a region-wide, which really assumes the whole of Otago will go to 20%.
Yep. Yeah. So what I've done with all of these is effectively, whether it's flood or drainage, align them to, for flood, 80%. So sort of rounded down, but it hasn't gone any lower than the high, which when we did the analysis was deemed to be somewhere in the 80 to 100. So basically rounded it down to the bottom of that high range. Drainage stayed in the middle of the high range at 90. And then I've assumed, rather than having a different allocation for general to regional or district, I've said if it's general rate, it will become just a regional general rate. So in those calculations that I did out the side, I also showed what the impact was of the move from, if there was a district allocation to it, moving to a regional as well. But in most cases, because these changes of, moving, say, from, 84 or 83% to 80, it's not a huge amount onto the general rate, and even switching from a district general rate to a regional general rate isn't a huge impact either. But from a simplicity point of view, from a communication point of view on how we tell that story, it's going to be a lot easier to explain to people that yes, there is a general rate portion and everybody's paying, as opposed to, everybody's paying, some people are paying this bit and that bit, and it's all different. So it just gives us a much clearer and more consistent story to tell.
Thank you.
You're bidding by mistake.
I was going to go
Scott. Yeah. Okay. I don't think there's any other questions from what I can see. Just signalling we're going to have a little bit of an adjournment in 1:45. So we're just going to deal with this one, and then we're going to have a 5-minute adjournment just to talk about process from here. Any other questions? And then we'll do debate now. Is that you, Councillor Noon?
Yeah, I just want to reinforce this whole idea of having your flood schemes being funded from the general ratepayer for 20% of that activity, and also drainage at 10%. It recognises those wider benefit considerations when you think about connectivity, whether it's roading, ensuring that people can store take Toko, the importance of the highway to that part of the region, whether you're heading north, south, or whatever. But the wider benefits are clearly beyond the boundary of the actual Toko scheme. The ability to get around from A to B, whether it's an emergency or whatever it might be, and it's important. So I think spreading it further and wider in terms of the income being generated is an important step.
Thank you. Councillor Metham, then Callaghan.
Yes, I support this reallocation as well. I support this reallocation of rates across to the general rating public as well. I think we're looking at, I support completely what Andrew said, we're looking at potential floods in the Leith area which impact Dunedin. We're looking at Belclutha floods that also impact the wider region. Lower Torrey, the airport, as we all saw in the 1980s, it's a big flood when it happens. And the Milton drainage is also a significant part of the area. So to reallocate the rate to the general region is fair and equitable.
Councillor Callaghan.
Thank you. I totally don't support the numbers. I do support the fact that general rate should pay a portion. I think where the schemes were at is far more aligned with fairness, especially when it included district as a proportion, as well. So you take district out, and lump it onto general, then I think the balance goes too far, especially for schemes like the Leith. So I'll be voting against.
Councillor Malcolm.
Yeah, I'm going to reflect the same as Councillor Kelleher in that I think this is a step too far. A 20% general rate over flood schemes that are all either Dunedin or South doesn't fairly reflect an imposition of a flood down that way on what would happen in North Otago. And yeah, I think we've just taken it a step too far. It certainly needs to be a district-wide, but region-wide to go greater than what has already been used. I just think it's a step too far.
Sorry, Leith isn't included in this, is it? And that it's on number 20, or have I got that wrong?
No,
Sorry.
Leith would go to an 80-20, but I've got some separate further things on Leith that, assuming that, because this is about all of the schemes going to an 80-20, which is different than how Leith is currently. I think I've got later, should the 20 be region-wide, and then for the Leith, I've got a different proposal on around that 80 about splitting, about where some of that goes to, which is the indirect portion. But just this first one is about, in principle, an 80-20 split of targeted general for all of the flood schemes, and then the next one is about a 90-10 split for the drainage schemes.
Okay. Further debate then, Councillor Scott.
Well, I just put that back as a question. Yeah, I mean, what about this point that two of the councillors raised, that it should be a general district as opposed to a regional?
That's up to us, I think, once again. Yeah,
Well, you say that, but why is this on the table?
We'll have to vote
We've
on it.
made our
Yeah.
recommendations, staff recommendation in terms of how we believe it could be applied across the region. That's not to say a different decision can't be made by the table.
Yep. Councillor McCall.
Yeah, I just talk against the motion, similar to my colleagues to my immediate right. Basically, I've got a little bit difference around the numbers, because it is my feeling that Tokamarira is a drainage scheme, because they're actually drains, so you got to be careful on your definition of drainage schemes. At the end of the day, the drains go through the actual town, they're all part of it as well. But I also believe that there is room for, I think there's room for general rate, but I also think by the next level of people are impacted is your district or your sub-district area, which is being taken away to put onto general rate. Now you're getting to the situation whereby you've got these general rates getting put across the whole region for areas of major flood areas like the Leith and where there's other ones around. It's going across the whole of the region, whereas it's not being recognised the same at home in the sub-district area. And there's also far too much weight being put on the landowner of where the drains are, where often the drains are only carrying the water via that person's land to the next stop. So at the end of the day, I believe that the whole system needs a complete revamp, which I'll talk about under the next one. So I'll vote against it.
Alan.
Yeah, thanks. Look, I think it's important that communities support each other, and by having that portion of the cost going across the whole ratepayer base, I will support. Thanks.
Councillor Wilson.
I'm going to support this pro forma for the consultation. I think we need to have something to go forward with. Until we see the numbers, I think it's really hard to see how it's actually going to pan out in detail. And it's better to have a straw man put up there that we can then discuss and debate in February than having at the table now some alternative. Because the alternative is either status quo, which I think most of us think is fraught, or B is try and make something else up. So I think we've gone through a process. We've thought this recognises us as a collective responding to high, low or medium. That was a really interesting exercise. I think the process was fair. It may not be that we get the end results that we want, but that is all part of us going to that next stage and understanding it. I think it would be really fraught to try and do something else at the moment.
Thanks. Okay, I think everyone's had a chance to have a say. I'll put it all in favour Aye.
Yes.
Against?
No.
Carried. Would you like to have it recorded?
Absolutely.
Councillor Gallagher, Councillor Nicole, anyone else? Councillor Malcolm wants to have it recorded. Thank you. Yep, so we're just going to adjourn now. So I'll move that. Somebody like seconded, Councillor Noon, all in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. It's going to be for 5 minutes, like I said, and we're going to have a bit of an actual break as well later on at about 3:30.
Graduation ceremony.
Okay, so we're reopening this meeting. We're back on. We've done our 5 minutes. So just, yep, come to order, please. That'd be awesome. So yeah, meeting's open, and I would just like to move a procedural motion at this point that the item being discussed, which is 6.1, should be adjourned to 8:30 AM tomorrow and not be further discussed at this meeting. So that enables the council to have the really useful questioning that we've had with Nick Donnelly. He needed to leave at this point, but also we just need to have robust debate and make sure we've got enough time for that as well. And we've got quite a heavy agenda as well.
Can we just understand how that affects Alan?
Yeah, we're that's the motion. Seconded councillor Callagher. I'll put it all in favour. Aye. Against. Carried. Yep.
And look, if I at this point could put in my apology for that meeting tomorrow. Sorry, we missed that.
Yeah, really, apologies to you, councillor Somerville. I know that's annoying.
We don't like the way you're
being with us today.
That's no problem.
Yeah, thank you. All right, so in that vein, then we're moving on to 6.2. Thanks, everyone. So this is our final draft of the strategic directions document. And it has been prepared by Hilary. Welcome, Hilary, and Amanda is here as well. So you all remember that this has been a really good, robust, long process where the council's been working with mana whenua to come up with those 6 focus areas, and for each of them there's 6 goals here. I might hand over for an intro from Hilary and if Amanda wanted to say something, but we've received a wee bit of feedback as well from councillors, but I'll ask if you'd like to introduce it to go ahead.
Perfect. So I'll just say a few words to intro and then hand over to Hilary. Also introducing, you're very familiar with Hilary as our new strategy manager, but just for the purposes of first council meeting, introducing you formally to the table. So yes, as the chair has just said, this is a result of the 5 workshops that were conducted from between March and August this year, and with support from Doug, Craig and AJ, between councillors, mana whenua representatives, ELT and the strategy team at the time. So over the course of those 5 workshops, the content that is in the document before you today was developed. It was workshopped significantly. It was sort of drafted, redrafted. It was also went to mana in August, particularly that partnerships focus area. What has happened since it last came to council was that it has been turned into something that looks a lot smarter and has brought all of that work together, and Hilary has driven a lot of that. What we had tried to do in that process is maintain the content and the direction and the input and the ambition that was discussed in those workshops and driven by councillors. We've obviously also heard some of the feedback over the last couple of days. So I guess just before handing over to Hilary, one thing we are comfortable with, if that is the sort of will of the table, is we could take away recommendation 2, which was seeking endorsement at this point. We could take the feedback that has been given today and any further feedback from the table today, and we could bring this back in February ahead of the LTP consultation. I'm sure Hilary would be grateful for the opportunity to continue to work with the content that's been provided and refine it, but we just leave it here as an option for consideration. We ideally would have done another workshop on the document as it is, but we just weren't able to fit it in this side of Christmas with everything else that's going on. Yeah. So with that preview, I'll then hand over to Hilary.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, just wanted to reiterate that what's been presented back to you is councillor content. This is what the councillors indicated through those workshops that were the priorities and the direction and the ambition for the organisation over the next 10 years. I will admit there were a lot more goals that came through originally. There was 50 plus goals that fell out of that workshop. All I did was a little bit of refinement to just avoid some duplication and just to make this a bit more manageable and less unwieldy. And so we've ended up with 36. It's an arbitrary number. If we think there should be more, should be less. If we think there should be more ambitious, less ambitious, we can have that discussion. But to get to this point, we needed to be really careful not to change the scope, intent, or ambition of what the councillors had set. Ready for questions?
Yeah. Any questions? Yep, Councillor Wilson.
And apologies, I did agree with a lot of the suggestions that were made by others, but there was one that I've got on my notes, and it's about strategic directions, and I totally appreciate that we've been here and done this a number of times, but I was surprised to see population changes. Now, considering we've got a role in future development strategies, especially in Queensland, in the Lakes area and Cromwell, I saw that as something, and I'm just wondering whether it's probably not a question for you so much as whether we've missed that out as a strategic. We talked about inflation driven by geopolitical instability, overseas conflicts, rising energy prices. We actually haven't talked about rapid growth anywhere. And that's a fairly big issue, both for transport, for pollution and management resources in Central. Or have I got, I'm just wondering if we've missed something out. I'm not sure this question to you, actually.
Not really a question, but it's we can take it on board in terms of, is it something we go back and check previous notes and things from workshops, whether it needs to be reflected in that first section. I can't remember it being discussed.
Yeah, I remember population changes being a key point that was raised in that horizon gazing exercise, and I think that that front page there just summarises what came out of that horizon gazing exercise, but how that then would translate into a priority area or a goal would be helpful to understand.
Any other questions, Councillor Scott?
Well, it wasn't a question so much. I thought it was a good document. It was snappy, straight to the point, simple to follow and understand. I had one consideration would be, I'd like you to consider putting the environmental section just a little bit further up the list in terms of its order, but that's just me being nitpicky.
We can speak to something like that in a moment. Councillor Metham, have you got a question?
Yeah, it's just based around reporting. So the question is, are you designing a reporting structure that will be able to give council the confidence that we're actually achieving all these goals that are in this document?
Yes.
Good. That will do.
Yeah, don't ask anymore.
Cool. Just to elaborate on that, I would like to think that something that's going to pan out a little bit differently with this strategy versus previous versions of organisational strategy is that, the embedding, the monitoring and the review, just to be blasé, that's in my job description. So it's not about just creating this and putting it on a website and it looks great and we have a big launch. It's about what I'm really personally really interested in is the what comes next and how does this actually inform business transformation, and fortunately actually having improving the maturity and the translation of strategic objectives to work planning and the processes that accompany that is actually a recommendation of the efficiency review also. So this whole process is actually a recommendation of the efficiency review as well. But I would really like to think that through the work that the strategy team is going to lead, but across the whole organisation and working closely with the corporate planning team as well, we actually want to see this embedded and want to see what kind of outcomes can result from clearer direction setting coming down from the council. And we have a long-term plan, LTP reporting framework And so I'm working with the corporate planning team to see how we can utilise that, or what synergies or better alignment we can create, so that the reporting process is efficient rather than creating a whole new thing.
You were indicating that you'd like to move, is that councillor?
I'm going to move
Yep.
all three recommendations.
All three. Ready for now endorsing. Okay, somebody care to second that? Councillor Scott, we're into debate. Would you like to speak, councillor Weir?
Sure. I think it was a really good document. Obviously, there's little things that I'd probably change the wording of if I was in total control of it, and there's other things that I think could be changed throughout the consultation time that we have. But I think we do just have to look at it at some point and say, are we happy with this, to go out and see what the community thinks. And for me right now, that answer is yes. I think this is a really good document to take out to the community and see what they think alongside the LTP. And I think, there's been some really, really good work that's gone into it up to date. And I'm hoping that, any little changes that we might want to see that we could all agree on as council would come through that consultation process and come out the other end.
Thank you. Councillor Somerville, then Forbes.
Yeah, thank you. Look, I think this is a very promising document, and I have sent feedback through that many of you will have seen. I believe there is still some work to clarify the stuff, particularly in the goals and the roles section. So I will be very happy to support the first and third recommendations, but would much prefer if some more work, taking into account feedback that may have come from various people, can be done before we endorse the document. The structure of it, I think, is absolutely fine, is really good. But as I say, around the goals in particular, just some further work around that as per the feedback I've provided. Thank you.
Councillor Forbes.
Yep, I think this is a really, really good document. Thank you, and I think it's adequately or accurately pulled together the workshops that we've had on this. I've provided some more detailed feedback that I don't need to go through here, but I do think that some of those areas don't need as many goals as we've got. I think they can be consolidated a bit and refined a little bit further. Will make the message the messages even sharper than they are now. But generally, really good and something good to be going out with. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Metham.
Ellen, I appreciate what you said, but I disagree. I think that the strategic direction should be included in the long-term plan. That should never be different than that. I mean, the strategic direction should be informing the long-term plan in the first place. So I would be asking you perhaps to reconsider on that basis. You don't have to, of course.
I think he's, sorry, just for a point of clarification, I think what he said though is that, well, at the beginning, we heard that there was time to come back with refinements ahead of also consulting through the LTP. So it's not a either or. Yeah. Sorry. Question.
It actually is. So therefore, if we vote in favour of this motion that's here, where do we get to see the document that goes out to consultation if in fact we are going to do some changes?
So you will still get to see it because you'll get to see the whole pack in terms of the consultation pack. What we were suggesting based on the feedback we've received is that the document could actually be endorsed in February rather than endorsing it now, and that just gives us room to make those changes. So appreciate that if councillors are willing to endorse it now as is, that's great. We feel that potentially there could be some positive changes to be made based on the feedback, and that by removing
Yep.
second recommendation. It just gives us some scope to do that.
So I was in my head leaving the debate to go for a little bit, and then I was going to come back to the mover and the seconder and see whether they still wanted to leave the two in. Yeah. So, okay, next person on the list, we'll go with Councillor Callaghan.
Thank you. Look, it's a good document for what it includes, but I think it's a lacking document for what it doesn't include. And if I look at across the region of Otago, and if I added up all of the land uses, the land areas of the varying activities that are covered and done really well in Otago, and I thought if this is presented to those people as the strategic direction for the next 10 years, does this give them confidence that they're even wanted in Otago? And then for new people in doing their due diligence for where they may come to Otago to either buy an existing activity or set up one, does this really say that Otago wants them too? And I think it's incredibly light in what is done across all of our activities within Otago, where really good work is being done by a lot of people. You know, it makes statements around environmental degradation. It has its summary, you know, the icons, the key points don't really cover what is being done now and being done well. So I think there would be a lot of people out there investing really heavily in bettering what they do, and what they are trying to do for the environment would be pretty disappointed. And I think given this is our financial long-term plan, strategic way forward, I think it's lacking a bit.
Okay. Anyone like to speak then? Councillor Scott?
Well, just in response to Gary, you know, like, it seems to me, you know, you should always have one foot in reality and one foot heading in the right direction. And if we don't have one foot in reality, we're not going to put the appropriate plans together. And of course, we all know that there is significant degradation, biodiversity, water quality, water quantity issues in Otago. That's why we're spending all this time. That's why it's such a sensitive issue that it all is. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Write a reply.
That's just 1 and 3, if that's sense.
Yeah, okay.
Things that add, and have the strategic direction.
Okay, so I'll just check with the seconder as well. So the mover and the seconder, would you be happy with removing the 2 or not? Which means that we just come back in February to relook at this. It gives us a little bit more time to make sure it's saying exactly what we want it to be saying before we consult.
You don't want to meet.
You're the Gosh, sorry, I just thought you were thinking. But no. Okay.
Sorry, I've been thinking this.
I was waiting for
Thank you, Andrew.
Yeah, no,
You
no,
would have been a while.
Why is Noon so slowly?
Sorry.
No, I'm good with that, because I think what I said, there's going to be some tweaks, and as long as
Oh,
the
yeah.
writers are happy,
Yes.
I'm happy. Cool. Another cup of
Okay,
coffee.
brilliant. So we're all on the same page. Point of
Clarity, if the
clarification.
motion, just reiterating that if the motion is passed, there will be no tweaks apart from grammatical errors.
No, but they've just removed
They're
2,
removed.
so we're not endorsing today,
Oh,
we're
you've
noting.
removed 2 and he's.
So we'll
Yeah.
change it to say
Yeah.
it'll come back in February, whatever.
Yeah.
Like, so.
It's going to anyway. We just,
Yeah.
if we remove the endorse, it gives us more scope to make some of the changes based on the feedback.
Yep, thanks for the clarification. Yep, Councillor McCall,
So we just have
clarification.
to clarify that recommendation 3, as it says, notes the final version we bought. So that means that when it comes back, there's no discussion.
No, that's, you meant.
Yeah, well, it would
Yeah,
need to be because that's a tight time
For
frame
adoption.
then,
That is-
so.
that is
that's
the
fine.
last time, so
Yeah.
it still needs adopting,
Mhm.
but it will by that stage be a version we need to.
So we
put in.
won't get any further input to it.
We've got Amanda.
Sorry, just to say that
Okay.
recommendation 3 is about it coming back after LTP, after it's been consulted with the community, it would come back again. So what we're so that recommendation 3 saying it'll come back for final adoption, that's not related to the February meeting. The February meeting would be still looking for the endorse the draft to take to consultation.
Get another shot for it.
That point 3 is post consultation will come back.
Get 2 shots.
Sorry, we have actually got to the right of reply from, so I know you both got your hands up, but I got to that point, and I think it's pretty clear where we're from the debate what we're doing here now. So right of reply. If you want one. Okay, so I'll put it then. So 1 and 3 are what we're putting. All in favour? Aye. Against?
No.
Okay, 2 noes.
Only positive.
That is 1, thank you. Long-term plan, 6.3. Thank you very much, Hilary and Amanda. Long-term plan, communication and marketing plan. Sarah Bedford, welcome. And Joe. Okay, welcome along. We're ready for this paper. Thank you very much. As well, yeah, communications and marketing plan. Once we do complete the other paper tomorrow, if you'd like to introduce it briefly, that's totally fine. In your hands.
Sure, thank you. So this is the communications and marketing plan designed to accompany the engagement plan, which you've seen earlier. Obviously, we couldn't do too much of the detail because we haven't got the detail of the actual content just yet. So it's a high-level plan that just talks about the type of approach that we would take. We've taken into account the last long-term plan and the sort of distribution we did at that point, and we're recommending that today that we take the approach of a digital consultation document that is available online and also printed copies available for people who need them. And with a strong push campaign, marketing and comms campaign to that document and the survey within it. Happy to take questions.
That's great. I think you're underselling your approach there because there were quite a few other aspects, weren't there, that you've bullet pointed under the paragraph 7 about like a video. I know you've mentioned the marketing and comms that you'll do, but yeah, there's a video and there's the long-term plan edition of our newsletter to Matapuna, and yeah, obviously there's access to the printed versions too for those people that want it, which you mentioned. So yeah, that is great. Yep. Yeah. Okay. Questions, Councillor Kelleher.
Thanks, Joe. So, just for everybody across Otago, there would be at least one means of connecting with them, whether they had internet ability or not. I see it'll be well detailed within the newsletter or to Matapuna. So there'll be at least one way that they will see a connection to the plan, and then it will be up to them. If they wanted a lot more detail on it, they would have to ring or go to a council office or whatever to get a far more detailed document.
That's correct. Yeah, but the advertising will also be targeted at those ratepayers as well. So we've not just got the mail to Matapuna, we've also got the push campaign that will occur as well. Yeah.
Gary, just for clarity, all of the information will be online, so all of the detailed information, everything. For those people that want a hard copy, that will be available. Yes,
But for those who just don't have any connectivity for their own choices or whatever, but might be interested in this,
they will be able to access.
They would have some access and some way of recognising it. Cool. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Weir, and then Wilson.
Mine was pretty similar to what Gary's asked, but it's, yeah, really cool to see all those different mediums. I was just wondering what accessibility considerations have been made to make sure that, you know, everyone or that, you know, at least one of those mediums is accessible to everyone in the community, whether that's whether they've got internet connection, but also whether they've got a disability of some kind.
Yeah, so we are planning to print out copies as well, have them available if people want to. I mean, there's also the ability to call to get copies sent to them. I think that's fairly standard across most council organisations doing this sort of exercise.
Are we considering doing anything in Amazon Sign Language?
We haven't looked into it in depth at this point, but we do have a bit of an expert in the team on accessibility, and we will be looking at that with our online version. So we've actually had a little bit of learning around that in recent times, so we'll be definitely keeping that in mind.
Be something with the video, Councillor Wilson.
Look, there's been a lot of work done on the future of local government and working collaboratively amongst councils. One of the biggest issues is how we function and fund. And I'm just wondering, maybe a question more for you, Richard, is what are we doing with other councils to explain rates 101, 102, 103 and 104? Because seriously, when you're doing a substantial change like we're doing, getting those basics right so people understand it is the front footing. So they can understand why we're changing it. You know, every year there's a capital, when the land values change, everyone thinks their rates go up because their properties go up. It's often not because of that. Are we doing anything collaboratively just to get better information about how rates work?
Not at this point. Really the onus is on us to prepare information that supports what we put out. What I would say for the TLAs, and this isn't just in Otago, this is around the country, is they have some significant challenges in the LTP space through waters and other things, and their focus is very much on building their own plan in a way that will work for them and meet their requirements, so for them to have capacity to also pick up a sort of another joint project on the side. I just don't know whether we would get anywhere with that, but we can certainly make a concerted effort, and we will have to, based on if we carry through a number of those resolutions from the 2 papers back that will finish tomorrow. We will have to have a big push on explaining our rates system and how that works and how it'll be reflected in the draft.
Oh, thank you. Rates are complicated, but I think they're portrayed as more complicated than they actually are if we debunk some of the stuff and just teach some fundamentals. And I would be really keen, given the strategic changes we're making, that we do you know, just some simple one pages on that at some stage. I mean, the piece that you put in on the rates the last time was great. It left some questions because of there's always some questions. But it was a really good start of the process. But I think some really simple simple pictures we could do about how we divvy up things that may make it easier to then understand and respond to the long-term plan. And that's what we need. We need informed people to make it, yeah. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. And we'll be canvassing that in the way that we put together the content as well. So we're really looking at the plain language side of things as well, and trying to make it accessible to people who aren't necessarily figures oriented. You know, they don't necessarily understand as well as others might. There's a broad range of knowledge out there. So yeah, we're looking to focus on that in the consultation document, and also in Te Matapuna as well, on explaining those changes really well and really clearly.
Okay, good one. Any other questions? Councillor Malcolm.
The timing of the newsletter. So we're having a special one to go out.
Yeah, so the timing was, as we're aiming for the 28th of March, which is at this stage is the scheduled time when it begins. So we would be hoping that they would land at that point.
Right. And that you think that's the optimal time to have it out?
Yeah, because that's when our marketing and communications campaign will be just before then as well. I mean, we do have a build up.
Yep.
And then that should hopefully land with people just at the right time when the interest is relatively high. I mean, remembering that we'll also be getting some free media around it as well at the same time. So there will be a bit of a build up there.
Excellent, thank you.
Anyone else? Nope. Okay. Somebody want to move then? Councillor Wilson, Councillor Weir seconded. Any debate? Doesn't appear to be any. So I will put it all in favour. Aye, against, carried. Thank you very much. 6.4, Libby, is Libby? Oh, yeah.
You said it's saying. Just as looking through, just as looking through there, yeah, that's good.
So this is our paper on large-scale environmental funding, which would be proposed to be one of the LTP consultation topics. A bit of a change of direction for the council that we thought would be useful to discuss with the community, should the council want to take that direction. Is there any intro you'd like to give to this one?
No, I think you've covered what I was going to say.
Sorry.
So, no, that's all right.
So this is obviously the first of 4 of our what we've always referred to as the key consultation topic page. Sorry, 5, because the next one was as well. What I would note with this one is this one hasn't currently been put into the draft budgets, unlike transport. So we're waiting for those decisions today, and then again, this will be included as part of the overall February build. So, the decisions that are made today that provide some guidance for that consultation will feed through into February, and as with everything else, it'll come back to this table for another look at it, just in terms of how it's shaping up. This is the one that relates to the question that came up way back at the start of this long-term plan process, which was around what role may ORC have in response to central government funding being not withdrawn, ending, because it was always for a finite period. So we need to make sure we talk about it right. It's not being withdrawn, it's ending. And does this council want to fill some of that gap? And it was felt that that's something, or staff's recommendation is that that's something that we should test with the community, which has led through to this consultation topic. So that's sort of the background, and the staff have worked on what those options might look like, and what we believe would be a staff recommendation in terms of a way to progress this.
Yeah, I think it's, just a bit broader than just Jobs for Nature ending as well, in that our council has invested in some large scale projects as well in the past, and just having a strategic approach to that going forward is important as well. Okay, so any questions? Councillor Scott, then Forbes and Wilson.
Cool. I'm really pleased to see this. Thank you. My only question, Richard, is the quantum. So, in the next financial year, I think we're talking 500K, and then typically moving up to a million. So I might have seen 1.5 somewhere, but so the question is, and I saw an email recently from one of the stakeholders saying, well, that's not going to go too far. And actually, that's my feeling as well. I always wonder, as an organisation, as their turnover is going significantly above $100 million, whether we as a council should have, a statement that 3% of our turnover goes directly into the community and community projects, because we know we get really significant outcomes there. So I leave that one with you. But my question is, have you actually done a reasonable scenario of how this could be divvied up? Because we know what stakeholders are out there. And are we kidding ourselves? On the quantum.
Are we kidding ourselves on the quantum?
Yeah, for example, We've already in the last 5
So,
years.
no, I know, you're asking, Brian. So,
300 grand.
so my response to that is that, the $500,000 proposed in year one, I would say will not go, I don't want to say will not go close because of, but it will not meet the demand. And
Yeah.
absolutely. What we are trying to do is balance the overall messaging we've received from the table around management of the budget in terms of the overall rates rises and how we provide a budget that the council is happy for us to set for the purposes of consultation.
But it doesn't have to be in this area.
No, and
This
so
is a
but no, no,
community
can I
area.
finish? Can I
That's a
finish?
question for us.
Possibly.
Yep.
Possibly.
Yes.
So we are absolutely up for further direction. If the council feels that this is an area that should be prioritised and that the funding available, given that the paper also sets out the balance of funding that's available through a number of, that Libby and Gavin know far better than I do. There is also a number of other funding sources that we already have committed in terms of the overall spend in this space. But if this is an area that the council wants to prioritise ahead of some of our other expenditure and set a much higher threshold for year one and then subsequent, what I would say in terms of the proposed option for an external fund is we would be looking to leverage other opportunities for funding other than just rates and ORC's direct funding by setting up a model that would allow private investment or other sources of funding to be included in that overall funding pool. And there's an example of that in Canterbury at the moment using a similar model.
Cool.
So we're trying to think a little bit outside the box rather than just thinking it has to be a fund that is only ever generated through a rate take.
Thank you for that discussion.
Councillor Forbes, then Wilson.
But my questions have actually been covered in that. The only one other question I would have is there an opportunity for us to consult on the quantum with a couple of quantum options?
We
do. Yeah, absolutely.
Great, thanks.
So that, and just to clarify, those quantum options are in this paper. They were 500,000, $1 million, or 2 million.
Oh, sorry, I've got in my notes, I want an option of 5 million. Sorry, I haven't said that, but that's I actually have that in my notes. I felt that those quantums weren't enough. Is there an option for us to put a greater quantum is what I should have asked. Apologies.
So yes, there is. I mean, the option there would be would effectively be a free text option, Alexa. But we could, if the direction was, and if that's the feedback from the table that you'd like to see some slightly different modelled numbers, when we came back in February with the final version of this consultation, we could give you a range and, more importantly, what the rating impact of that range might be.
Thanks. That's great. That's what I'd like to see.
Councillor Wilson, then Somerville.
Thank you for the work on this. I am of the mind that we need to put a higher amount in for consultation. It's really hard to put it in afterwards because it's not showing with clarity the cost, but we have to have it as a separate line, obviously. And I'm happy to go high, but the question for you, I think it's for someone around the table. Number one in the recommendations is especially in the context of Jobs for Nature ending. Now, I appreciate that that's one part of the context, but it's not the only context. And I'm leaving it in there means that I get the feeling like we're prioritising Jobs for Nature when there may be equally good projects out there that never had the chance to get Jobs for Nature money. And I'm just wondering, in your mind, is it limited to, or is there any preference to Jobs for Nature?
In my mind, no, there's no preference for Jobs for Nature.
And so that sentence is...
The sentence reflects, I think I'm on the sentence reflects the messages, the strongest message we've heard from our community are through those groups that have their funding ended. This is not limiting it, but it is recognising where the demand has come from. And so that's why it's in there. The mover, whether the mover wants to remove it or not, I'm neither here nor there, it's not my call, but that's the reason it's in there. But it doesn't reflect what any outcome might be, because that would have to be determined through subsequent in terms of reference and criteria for funding.
And sorry, just last question. I loved your proposed questions for consultation, but I'm really confused how you would do the second and third questions together. If you did a targeted district rate, is there a demand outside? I'm not sure about spatial or geographic spread of jobs for nature or any other demand. Funding it by districts as a targeted district rate at say 2 million, I'm not quite sure how that would pan out, and if there is a demand in all of those areas for that money. It would be quite hard to do it that way, wouldn't it?
No, because you'd set the rate based on the district. So what it provides is some flexibility for districts that may want increased investment and those that may want a moderate level of investment. So which is messaging again we've heard. So there's an option just to general rate it and we just have a single pool, or this is the rate can be set. It can be set by district, and it can turn around that funding back to that district from which it is taken. It's from a technical point of view, it's not difficult to administer.
And that would reflect, say, predator-free Dunedin and stuff. Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Somerville, then Scott.
Thanks. So look, delighted to see this proposal coming along, and I agree with previous speakers who would like to see some bigger figures in the options. I had a couple of questions about mechanisms. Richard just answered one of them about the districts and sort of distribution, but looking at, where am I going? Here, the table of the proposed questions on page 104. I note, when should the increased investment commence? Year 1, 24-25, all good. But down below that in section 23, it'll take time to develop these options, and we'll be doing that in that same year. So just working out, how's this going to work if we're wanting to use this fund in that first year of the plan at the same time as we're designing how it's going to work?
So the proposal is effectively to have a bridging fund that wouldn't operate under the full model. My sense is if we got overwhelming feedback that we should get on with this increased investment right now, we could put a recommendation forward to council that we rate for that, and we have that fund, a larger fund within year 1. But it would still be a bridge where we would just be looking to distribute that in the short term while we develop the full model. So that's why that option of we've still asked, do you want the increased funding from year 1? Because we can still administer that if need be. But we need to allow time if the recommendation is to develop a standalone for that to be set up properly.
Yep, no, thanks, Richard. Sounds good. And of course, we can't afford to have a year where there is no funding for some of those important projects. Thanks.
Thank you. We've got Councillor Scott McCall and then Laws.
I've said what I've need to say.
Okay, thank you. Councillor McCall.
Oh, yeah, has anybody moved this year?
No.
I'll be pretty keen to do that. I think it's an awesome initiative, and my question pretty much is along the same lines, whether 2 million, whether we have a higher option, like test the market a bit more in depth. And I think it's really important also, not really questions, I guess, but important that we talk about how this is like seed funding for a bigger idea.
Thank you. When we come to it, you can be a mover then of whatever you put forward. You're signalling that you haven't told me what it is. Councillor Laws on questions. Can't hear you, Councillor Laws, sorry. No. Councillor
Hello,
Laws.
sorry,
Oh,
I've had,
here we go.
that's the first time I've been able to speak for the last 2 hours. You'll be delighted. It's the first time the buttons worked.
Depends what you say.
Oh,
No, seriously, it's been a
well,
nightmare.
that's annoying. Well, it's good to have you here then. Thank you.
My apologies. Listen, if you go to section 15, it says that the Jobs for Nature program provided $62.6 million worth of funding. And most of that, if not all of it, will be gone by June of next year. I read through this last night. Am I to understand that this is meant to be some sort of partial replacement for that? Because even at the top end of the scale, $2 million versus 62.6 would seem to be a piddle in the bucket, wouldn't it?
It is, as we said, Michael, you're right, first of all, it is there partially to provide another pool of funding that those groups that have been established can draw on to continue their work. And you're also correct that in terms of the scale of investment that's been made in Otago through Jobs for Nature and other initiatives over the last few years, it's by no means going to replace that. And we're very much up for the direction which we've heard around the table that potentially when we come back in February, if we do get it endorsed today as an option, we'd like to consult on that those numbers and the rating impacts of those numbers need to be brought back for your consideration when you settle on what that final proposal would look like.
Yeah, because it's about 3% at the best, isn't it, of what has been?
Yeah, correct.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you. Well, Councillor McCall, you signalled that you'd like to, have you got a question?
Oh, no, it's
Councillor?
no, I can put it in the debate. Yeah.
Okay, great, thanks. Councillor McCall, what did you want to move?
I'd just like to move on 2, 3 and 4. And whether we could have it's not actually in the motion, but whether have an addition, we have I don't know whether it needs to be in a motion that we have, that when we go to our consultation, we have a number of
It's 4.
4,000, yeah.
It's in 4.
It's in 4.
So 4's
It says
only
a
It's only the
minimum.
first year one, the 4 year, whereas
It's only a minimum.
we have a long-term, even though we consult on a long-term number, which is bigger.
So we've heard that message
I
today.
think that's just been heard, so we don't need to do that.
Sorry, so you're saying
I'll
that
just-
500,000 is
For
the
the first year,
first year?
yes.
It's a
What you're
minimum,
proposing.
minimum of.
Yeah.
So we've included minimum there for the very reason that we don't
I
want to
understand
hamstring
that.
ourselves by this resolution. And so it's a minimum of, and then in terms of what that longer term funding pipeline looks like, we've heard loud and clear today that come February when we have run the models, you'd like to see some options with some higher numbers to consider.
Happy to second that.
Okay. Councillor McCall, did you want to say something now?
I'll pretty, I'll say it. Beginning, no, I'll just say what I said basically before. I think it's an awesome initiative that it's the one thing, forward planning thing that we're doing in our long-term plan process is looking towards the future and endeavouring to set up reliable funding lines for the environment. And so I think it's excellent that we can play a role in, first of all, kicking it off and then working towards setting up like a funding group, you could say. And where it ends up, we don't know today, but what we do know is that the long-term objective is to have consistent funding to be able to go out to support our environment.
Councillor Laws?
I just want to make the same point that I guess I made in the question, that even at the best, with the wind behind us and a fine day, and it's 3% of all the money that's been spent on Jobs for Nature, and that 97% of all that money is now essentially going to be either at risk or wasted. I don't mind going out to consult on it, but if we think that great work's been done with that money, then I'm afraid that we are destined to disappoint with providing such a small amount of money. And although I'm happy to consult on it, I do think we're not being very ambitious.
Councillor Malcolm?
Look, I will vote against this motion in that your first $1 million is a 4% general rate increase, 2 million is an 8% general rate increase, and the figure of $5 million is a 20% rate increase and general rate increase. So in reality, I'm not scared of those, but I would want to see a complete change in direction from this council where we're heading, because I think that signals it. And I'd also want to see a huge reconfiguration of the organisation to be able to sustain that, because simply I'm not going to jump into the space and be the government who brought these out to get things going through COVID. I'm yet to see, and look, I haven't disagreed with any of those schemes happening, but I don't believe that I should be the funder of that to that level. We can certainly be what we have been the facilitator and is make sure those schemes go ahead and make sure that they're run properly, but to fund to those sorts of levels, the rate burden that we're already imposing just doesn't add up to me really. And we've got a fellow called I think Jones, who's got some regional money at the moment. If these mechanisms and these projects are of such value, we should be, and I don't know why, but we should be on his doorstep, or certainly have them on our doorstep, making sure we get some action from them. So no, I can't support at this point from those levels.
Yep, we've got Councillor Forbes, Kelleher, and then Metham.
Thank you, and I'm just diving in before I have to leave, and I apologise, I do have to leave today, especially when transport stuff coming up, but I'm sure you know what I'm talking about, where my heart is on that. But I think this is really important to consult on. I take your point, Michael, but I think that there is real opportunity for other funders to come in if we get behind with a really good whack. And I think we should consult with the community on these. I also think we need to start moving our thinking from Jobs for Nature funding to actually large landscape scale projects, which are going to have huge cost benefit ratio into the future as we regenerate environment. So I'd really like us to go out and consult on this and not be concerned about the size, even though I want us to see a big quantum consulted on, or at least people have an opportunity to tell us to do a big a quantum and see how that happens. So I'll really support us going out on that, and with the ability to put those monies up should our communities decide they want to do that.
Thank you, Councillor Kelleher.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm going to vote against it too. And the reason why is that I think the intent of this paper has moved away from the intent that we had initially discussed around having a quantum fund that would sit over and above our eco fund and provide us with the opportunities for large projects, and maybe with matched funding, have us positioned and ready if there was a big project here, and if there was the need to match some big projects. But what worries me in how I read this paper is that this money is spoken for already, either through existing groups or mana whenua who will have an anticipation it's all going to them to continue the funding or funding their projects that are, or some projects that are anticipated to end with Jobs for Nature. So in my mind, there's too many mentions of Jobs for Nature and mana whenua in this paper for me to have confidence it's actually at the original intent. Jobs for Nature was set up as something that was intended to fill a gap. And unfortunately, it is now left with, it had established and needs a lot more funding, but our pittance here could be swallowed and lost and create an anticipation that was never intended. So I'll be voting against.
Thank you. Councillor Metham.
Yeah, look, I just wanted to also add to this discussion around Jobs for Nature. Jobs for Nature was a fiscal response to COVID. It was a way of getting our economy going. It didn't have the links that what we are looking at within this this fund, really. It had an ulterior motive, but not only is that funding disappearing, the Department of Conservation Community Partnership funding has been reduced significantly as well, and we're not going to see that coming back anytime soon under this government and with the fiscal constraints that they have as well. This is the right strategy. It's the right thing to do. It fits with our new strategic direction that was presented to us just about 30 minutes ago, and the aspiration of enabling communities and being engaged with communities. It's not enough, but at least it's something, and we have to add to it.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson, then Scott.
I'm not against the idea, and I'm not against increasing the quantum immediately for the purpose of consultation. I think there is definitely demand out there. What I am against, and possibly will make me sound negative depending on how to move it, and second to deal with my concerns, is I don't like the, especially in context of Jobs for Nature, ending. I think there's a whole lot of other really good projects that have developed despite Jobs for Nature. I would want to see that we would consult on a new fund that's consistent with our strategic plans or directions. I think it needs to be targeted to that, not just to the whim of what previous governments have put money into. They may or may not be consistent. I think that I want to see co-funding. This is not funding, this is co-funding. And I think that I would prefer to see at least two more parts to this. One is that we ask the CEO and chair to explore collaborative efforts with other, I won't say benevolent funding, but you know what I mean? Starts with P and I can't think what the word is. Thank you. Philanthropic funding. Because I don't know that it is that we have to own it. These things cost a lot of money to run, and if there is a target community trust or any of the other funds are looking at doing something, I'd rather be working with them rather than against, and I don't know where they're at. And the sixth one that I'd like, but the second one I'd like to see is, this is exactly where efficiencies of report a target dividend should be used, rather than it going through us, but going directly. There, if there was a charitable purpose that they could go to, and that would be far more efficient than doing it, us giving the money. So I want to see that explored. So those are my concerns. The landscape scale, I'm really, really happy with, and I really appreciate that's the way we're thinking. But I've got those other concerns.
Thank you, Councillor Scott.
Yeah, look, I don't think we should have too many concerns. I think we should be building on what Richard has said earlier and what Gretchen has said previously about setting up a fund that ideally, embraces other stakeholders, other funding, and all that type of stuff. So it's about having an open mind. It's about embracing the opportunities. We're not trying to be the government. I mean, Councillor Laws has pointed out, we're 3% of that particular fund, but we're trying to do something special for Otago. It's going to evolve. We need to get it into the system. It needs to be landscape scale. We know it's got to be successful, but we've got to stop saying no. We've got to say yes and build on the momentum. So, yeah, it's not the end, this report, it's the start.
Thank you. Councillor Noon.
Yeah, I agree with a number of the comments that have been made, and Kate's talked about co-funding. Others have talked about the overall cost to the ratepayer, and I've just done a quick calculation. If it was a uniform annual general charge, it would be $500 across the 124,000 ratepayers. So it would be a significant amount of money to replace Jobs for Nature. That's the 62 million. Sorry, but that's looking at the extreme. But I think
uniform.
I think the key for me is whatever projects that are out there, whether it's Jobs for Nature or what other projects need some sort of co-funding, I think it's important to somehow maintain the gains that have already been achieved. And I think that's probably where we sit and what that number looks like. I've sort of got an open mind at this point. Let's see what sort of feedback we get. When we get inundated with requests that the fund should be a substantial amount of money. However, it is up to us to apply the constraints, considering all the financial impact on our ratepayers at that time. So I think at this point, open mind. Let's see what sort of feedback we get, and particularly, I think Alexa and one or two others talked about the partnership funding and understanding the Canterbury model, which I know nothing about, but the Taranaki model is a trust model that works really well up there. So I would like to see that those aspects or those mechanisms further explored in the Otago situation.
Thank you. Did you want to note? Okay. I just think, it's all been said before. It's kind of a shame that we have framed this as a Jobs for Nature reaction, because it's actually about good principles, which is that you need a landscape scale to make a really big difference ecologically. And it's about communities, and that's something that's evolved in Otago for a couple of decades now. It's not a Jobs for Nature reaction. It's something that's started building and that our communities have got behind. Can't ignore that Jobs for Nature was fantastic. But yeah, this is about good principles and getting great outcomes. I think that we do need to, and it's going to be painful, but we need to create a little bit of tension over the short term to ensure that we aren't just an easy investment target. You know, there are other players that should be involved in this space as well. And we've talked about that. That's the co-investment and other things. It will be painful over the next year. We know that. We cannot fund absolutely everything. It will bankrupt our region. So we can only do what we can do, but we can start to think about generating more income in this space, and it's going to be in everyone's interest that we do that rather than just the regional council leaps in and does everything. It's going to build all those good things that people have already talked about in terms of working together more. I do think it could be more than the 500, but I think that's a starting point as well. So yeah, thank you very much everyone for bringing this paper and considering it. We've got the recommendations, we've got a mover and a seconder. Well, you wanted to write a reply,
I want
sorry.
to say something. I'd be quite happy in the first recommendation of the note to drop the second part of the sentence, especially in the context of Job for Nature ending. Just have note there's a need for funding to deliver positive environmental outcomes in the Otago region, full stop. My seconder was happy with that.
Yes, very happy.
Yeah. And I'd just like to note there's another couple of things. Also, recommendation 3 is all about creating a new standalone external fund. It's not like we're expecting the ORC is going to front up with all the money. So it's a different way of getting co-funding to what we used to. We're not going to wait and sit around waiting for, a government fund to arrive that we can all apply for. We want to actually instigate and create the fund that's going to support Otago for Otago by probably people in Otago. So I think that's really quite important as well. And the other one, point 14 was probably the one that's, the one is which resonates with me. Reason has been a greater recognition of the critical role of community-led projects play in achieving positive environmental outcomes. ORC can enable these positive outcomes to continue to making funding available for external groups. So basically what we're talking about here is about creating a fund that's going to enable people on the ground to make change. And basically people external to us may or may not run the fund, however it develops, but it's really about empowering our communities to actually make a difference, because that's how you actually get buy-in that is long lasting. So yeah, maybe for the motion to be put.
Okay, we'll put that motion then. All in, sorry, you'd made some changes potentially.
Just that one, yeah.
Yeah, got that.
Just a noting recommendation, removing the reference to Jobs for Nature.
Captured that, thank you, just double checking. So I'll put them then, all in favour, aye, against.
No.
Would you like those recorded?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. It is 1. Shall we have a quick break now? 10 minutes. Yep, thank you. So I'll move that we adjourn for 10 minutes. Seconded Councillor Kelleher. All in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. Thanks very much, Livy and Gavin. Thanks, everyone. You can take your seats. We're up to a series of public transport papers. 6.5 is Dunedin public transport consultation topic. Sort of similar to the last paper that we discussed. This would be proposed to be one of the large consultation topics that we put out to the community through the LTP consultation. A significant decision for us all to make on public transport. So welcome along, Lorraine and Pam. Great to have you here. Did you want to introduce anything on this paper?
Yes, could I just do a quick introduction to fares and frequency? Just to note that it deserves an introduction because I'm not trying to sneak anything through here. I'm not going to get away with that. It has a significant impact. It's based on the fares and frequency business case, which we've developed, or the council has developed working in partnership with the Connecting Dunedin group, and it's come out of a wider program business case for transport in Dunedin for shaping future Dunedin transport. And as we've been talking to you, that's around looking at from early 2020 a roughly a 3.8% mode share for public transport, and then moving that to closer to 8% for journeys to work and education. So it's sort of, the objectives were set a little ways back, and times have changed, and we are observing, like, we are getting patronage growth, quite considerable patronage growth on the Dunedin network. And we know that COVID changed everything, changed a lot. We know that patterns of travel have changed. So even though we're getting patronage, the focus on journeys to work may be something that is a little bit different now. People are travelling and they are on the network. But we also know with the other changes that have happened that fares and frequencies have been impacted a lot through the COVID years. So there's been changes through fares, through the introduction of the $2 flat fare, and then we had a 50% subsidisation for that half price from government, and now we've just moved into a slightly different regime with the Community Connect range of fares. So there are some, and our frequencies have changed because we had reduced services. So although we've developed this business case and we think it is going to take us in the right direction, we've also got to acknowledge that the starting point has shifted quite a bit, and there's probably some things coming out of there that we don't fully understand that well. But the business case does deliver both fares and frequencies and fare offerings. So there would be a very significant improvement in citywide public transport level of services, and it comes at a cost, and those costs are all outlined in the paper. But there was an email that went around because the costs that I've read off the wrong line. So instead of being what would be the 49% local share, the impact on the targeted rate over the investment program, I've given you the 51%. So for, and what wasn't in the paper, isn't in the paper in the recommendations, but was a question, is that the status quo, so just, I guess, doing our continuous program, but doing things like electrifying the fleet or decarbonising the fleet, and that has a cost, which is 109.5 million impact on targeted rates. But when we're talking about fares and frequency, with the preferred option of increased service frequencies and operating hours as per the business case, and the 50-cent adult B card fare as per the business case, preferred option, you're looking at 207.3
2.07 million, as opposed to the 222.9 that's in under option B. Option C is the fares and frequency business case preferred option of increased service frequency and operating hours, but with a $1 adult B card fare and relative fare products, and that's 190, should be 196.003 rather than 216 on option C. And option D, the fares and frequency business case preferred option of service frequencies and operating hours and a $2 adult B card fare with other fare product relativities. That's 196.58 million impact on the investment program. As noted in the report, all options require the Connecting Dunedin partnerships and partner projects to work well, partners to work together in projects to be delivered. But certainly all of the options do, I guess, set up ORC to be delivering on its part of that program.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions then? Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. Just, there is a wee bit of confusion between preferred option and staff recommendation. But if I went to staff recommendation, which is option D, am I right in saying that there'll be a $2 adult B card? So youth would be 60 cents under that second part, which is the fare products retaining present relativities. If I look at the chart on, sorry.
Yep. Yes.
So figure 3 is the current fares in Dunedin. I think the cash fare goes out. We don't worry about that so much under that motion. So the adult is $2. The Community Connect would be $1. The youth would be 60 cents. Youth Plus would be $1. Okay, just checking that I've got that right.
Yeah, so that's all things being equal if Community Connect doesn't change, because the youth probably would stay the same, but the Youth Plus would change if Community Connect changes under the new government.
Sorry, Community Connect is the only one that the government can change?
So the fare structure, which is the Community Connect is the under 13s travel free, the youth fare being 50%, but that's a concession that we have had in the past as well, or 60 cents rather. And then, no, that would go to $1.20, sorry. And then the Youth Plus would go back to the adult fare, because that's Community Connect. And then there's the community card, service card holders. Yeah.
So correct, yeah, answer your question, the lines youth 13 to 18, sorry, child, youth plus and Community Connect are all picked up by the current.
Yeah, okay.
Community Connect is all of those things. It was originally just service card holders, and then they extended it as of 1 July.
Okay, but
so those relativities go with what that Community Connect is now, but that might disappear.
Or it may change in a different way.
Or it might change in a different way, yeah.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to get my head right around that stuff.
Any other questions? Councillor Weir.
Did you guys want to speak to why option D was the staff recommendation?
Do you want my answer?
Because it's a fair question, and it's something that we would expect to have to answer a question on, as the business case has told us one thing in terms of preferred option, in terms of the broader context of Otago and transport, and the discussions around the table with staff has put forward a different staff recommended option for consultation. So I'll let Pim take that one.
Yeah, so look, I think I mentioned my response to you this morning, Elliot, that I had 9 good reasons. 9 good reasons doesn't mean that they're all equally good. So you can agree or disagree with some of them. But I suppose the overwhelming reason why I would recommend retaining the $2 fare, at least for a short period of time, is because of the issue that Lorraine raised around the fact that we've come through so much change over the last couple of years. So we had COVID and people not travelling. We reduced frequencies. We had a lack of bus drivers. We reduced frequencies. And then we've had fares going all over the place. We had the full 50% subsidy from the government on all our fares, followed by now the Community Connect, which Lorraine's just explained, which is a subsidy for certain groups, community service card holders, under 13s and youth, and the impact that all of those changes have on the modelling that we've done. And so from my perspective, the business case stands on its own. The modellers have done their very best job. I'm not refuting any of their recommendations, but we need to remember that modellers are good at modelling on the basis of the information they've got available. And the information's fluctuated all over the place. So, and the models aren't any different from what economists do. We're good at telling you what has happened and why it happened, but we're not very good at forecasting into the future. And because we can't always read all of the tea leaves that are going to change going forward. So from my perspective, I would suggest that you take a bit more time and collect that data. Now that the Community Connect only came in June, and we don't know what the impact of going back to a $2 fare for those people who are not subsidised has actually had on patronage yet. We just don't have that data available yet. So the business case suggests that Dunedin people are very price sensitive, and you've heard that from Lorraine previously. So she says, well, reducing fares will mean a lot more people will hop on the bus. And the model suggests that too. The modelling suggests that if we go to $1, we almost double the patronage because we're getting almost the same amount of fare revenue. Quite surprising. So that's what the business case suggests. But what I'd like to do is to give us 6 or 12 more months where we can really find out whether those fare differences and fare changes have made a big difference or not. Now, it's true that so I'll just go through the 9 reasons and you can decide, but that's the biggest reason. The biggest reason from my perspective is we just don't have enough data to know what the impact of going back to $2 has had on patronage. And what we have seen is massive growth in patronage. So we're trying to double our commuter patronage, but we've already seen 32% of that growing since pre-COVID, which has been quite surprising without significant change to fares. So I'll go through the 9 reasons, and as I've just said, I think they're good reasons, but they're not all equally good. So it may be that we're already achieving sufficient patronage growth. 32% would suggest that we're going to double patronage over 3 years, doesn't it, if we continue to grow at that rate? And that's at the current fare level, although the fare level's been all over the place, so it's not fair to say that. There's no such thing as free transport. We all know that, don't we? If we don't pay fares, we pay more in rates. So that's your opportunity, that's your option. The public transport, as you all know, is heavily subsidised by central government, 51% subsidy, and then we've got 2 ways of paying locally, and one is a fare, and the other one is a rate. And so when you take less fares, you charge more rates. They offset one another, but if you get sufficient growth in patronage, then maybe you can justify the fare reduction. But we should remember that there's no such thing as free fares. This may not be important, but both in my role as general manager and in Richard's role as chief executive, we've been approached by Waka Kotahi, who have said that they are very against fare reduction at this time. So whether we should be concerned about central government's view on that or not, that's up to you. Again, none of these things are suggesting that you should or shouldn't take the advice, but I'm just giving you my reasons for why you might keep it at $2 for at least some time. Once we reduce the fare from $2, say to $1, increasing it again is really challenging. So we've already reduced the fare to $2 a few years ago, and going back to a higher fare is tough. So that's the other risk. If we go down, hard to go back up. I have to say, though, that if Community Connect got pulled, I might be giving you different advice today. So you try and remember that, please. We ultimately have to test whether the community supports this, and that's why it's a consultation document. It's not a decision that you're making. The community might prefer to pay fares rather than rates, or vice versa. We don't know that yet. I've already said models are only as good as the assumptions and the data that's fed in. The data that's been fed in hasn't been as good as I'd like. The assumptions are okay, but don't forget that the current cost of living crisis is one of the reasons why I've got more people on buses. So these external factors that occur sometimes have an impact. Another reason why I'd be concerned about reducing the Dunedin fare and not the Queenstown one is that the Queenstown fare, we actually went to $2 in Queenstown first before we reduced Dunedin to $2 because Queenstown were prepared to pay some car parking money towards it. So it almost, now the difficulty is that the Queenstown business case hasn't taken fares into account. So we've got no business case recommendation in Queenstown to reduce below $2. And my view would be if you reduce Dunedin below $2, you're almost forced to do the same in Queenstown. It would be really unfair not to. So that's another reason why I'd be cautious about reducing fare immediately. And the final reason is that there are other levers that can get people onto buses. And as part of the relationship we have with both Waka Kotahi and with the two TLAs, we want to put pressure on the TLAs to support us in getting patronage growth. And that means less car parking, more expensive car parking, and every other way that we can get that support. Now Dunedin City has actually got a target as part of its carbon reduction policy of increasing public transport to 18%. Now we're only trying to increase the commuter patronage from 4% to 8%. To get anywhere near 18%, we need help from them. You know, they need to look at their parking in the same way as Queenstown's done. And that might be a controversial comment, but it's my view that we're not getting the support from Dunedin City. And simply reducing fares and having more buses, some of which will be empty, without that support from the TLA around this business case and that partnership, in my view, isn't a smart thing for us to be doing. So I prefer to increase the frequencies and see and work with Dunedin City to try and help increase patronage and keep the powder dry on the fare reduction. They're the reasons that's my recommendation, but it's not what is recommended through the business case. Is that okay?
You should have been a politician. Honestly,
We're all thinking it, Brian said it. Yeah. Councillor Law, Smith and then Wilson. Question, sorry.
Thank you. Can I just clarify this? The exponential increase in patronage has actually taken the number of people who travel to work by public transport to 3.4% or what, given that the aim is 8% by 2030. So what is it in 2023?
So we don't have that because that comes from the journey to work, because it's the mode share, and we only have our patronage data. We don't know what other trips have been made. That comes from the journey to work census information, and we don't have that from 2023 yet.
Okay.
And that's another thing that is a factor for what Pim's just talked about. We don't really know what our data is telling us at the moment. We can't really place where we are.
Well, that's the question.
But sorry, Michael, notwithstanding that, we've been thrilled with the patronage growth that's happened this year. We're ahead of every other city in New Zealand. Partly that's because we've got our network up and running a bit sooner, so some of them are starting to catch up. But we didn't expect to get 31% growth in Dunedin compared to pre-COVID. That's come as a surprise. It's happened in Queenstown as well. So we have had significant patronage growth during the year. Some of that might have been down to the fact that fares have been cheap up till June. But whatever way you look at it, we've had growth. Now, the business case started with a 3.4% commuter figure and was targeting growing to 8%. What Lorraine's telling you is we can't tell you if we're already at 5 years. We just don't have that data. But you know, obviously we've had the growth because we've seen both the growth in patronage and the growth in fare revenue, and they've mirrored one another. So we know that we've grown by 31%.
So at the moment, I don't know if 9 out of 10 or 9.5 out of 10 adult commuters in Dunedin travel to work by another means other than public transport, yeah? But it's around about that figure.
So,
Yes.
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 Thank you. Sure. It wasn't a hard question. Here's the next question. No. Here's number 36, 38. That's the survey you conducted, which is always interesting to see what people think. Can I just get to understand that properly? You say, while some respondents were willing to pay extra for increased frequencies, around 70% were happy with the current fare. Now, the fare being what, $2 or $1?
At the time that the survey was done, it was $1.
Okay. All right. So of those 1,795 responses, how were they garnered? Was it statistically done through some form of empirical means, or how? Sorry, please.
So it was a survey, and it's a very high response rate. It would be statistically sound.
Well, you were telling me that. I'm asking you a question. You haven't answered it yet, which is, how did you get the responses?
Was it an open survey?
Yes.
It was an open survey, Michael, so not targeted. It was just advertised online and on buses and things for people to fill in should they choose to engage.
So could multiple people do it, or could only one? So multiple people could do it. There could be multiple responses from one person.
I don't know their details.
Yeah, the survey was done before I started here. I could find that out for you. I'll have to come back to you.
Okay, because I mean, when you say it's statistically relevant, and then I find out that perhaps you could have multiple, entrants by one person, then it's not statistically reliable. But okay, right. Thank you very much.
Sorry, Michael. Even if it's self-selected, it's not fully statistically reliable either. But we've done the survey. We've got a good number of people, and they were the answers we received, and it was done, as Lorraine said before she started, but about a year and a bit ago, and before I took over transport, so I don't have that answer either.
And the third question is, it's just to elaborate what I think you've just said, Pim. You don't know if reducing the fares will actually increase patronage any more. There may be other factors at place, and obviously the most obvious factor during this survey period and patronage period is the increasing price of petrol and the cost of living that will affect the need in households too, yeah?
No, I didn't say that reducing the fare wouldn't increase patronage. I'm sure it would. It's just that I'd like a bit more time to analyse whether we're going to get the growth that the model tells us. Now, the model tells us there's going to be significant patronage growth because, as you can see from the table, if you reduce from $2 to $1 on average, you still almost got the same fare revenue. So they're suggesting we're almost going to double the patronage just through that reduction alone. So it's not that I'm suggesting that the fare reduction wouldn't do what the model tells us. What I'm saying is I haven't got full confidence in the modelling because that's how modelling's done. And I would like probably another 12 or maybe 12 months or maybe even 2 years of data to really have confidence that we need to do the fare reductions to get the patronage growth that we're targeting. So that's how I'm answering that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor
Can I just make a
Neetham.
comment that the survey was conducted by the consultants who did the business case, and this is their business, and they're a professional multidisciplinary firm, so it wasn't just council staff who went
There
out
are plenty of
and asked
useless
people.
consultants out there.
Okay. Yep. Thanks. Councillor Neetham, you've been waiting a wee while.
Yeah.
Thanks.
I'd just like to congratulate you for the work you've done to get the patronage up and the revenue up. It looks really impressive when you look at that graph, and it supports retaining the fare at $2. But just looking at the current fare breakdown at the moment, I wasn't aware that it was actually broken down like this: $1 for Youth Plus. But obviously that's subsidised through the Community Connect. But in terms of the survey, did you get an age breakdown? So do we know the age profile of all all the patrons on the buses? Do the majority of them fall in any particular category that we can see here?
So we did get that. I don't have it in front of me, but I think the business case has been loaded onto Diligent, isn't it? And it's it's one of the appendices, and then it will have the breakdown of who the respondents were.
Yeah, I mean.
So your
it
question
forms-
was sort of twofold. You asked partly who were the survey respondents, but you also
No,
asked.
that was Michael.
No, I thought that was you. But
yeah.
either way,
It's
you
the age
also
profile.
asked the question whether we can break down by age group who was travelling by bus.
Yep.
We can do that.
Yeah.
But the difficulty for us is it's only since June that we've had the community connector. So free fares for under 13-year-olds, half fares for under 13 to 25-year-olds, or 60 cents for a group of those. So my problem is that even though we can analyse the ages of if we got more growth in the young people because they've got cheaper fares, that would make sense. But I just haven't got time, or Lorraine hasn't had the time. We haven't seen the data over a length of time yet to show us that the fare differentials made that difference.
We didn't previously it was only under 5. So between 5 and 13s, we won't necessarily have the data. And then the 18 to the 24s was never a concession before. So we didn't collect that data either, only since July this year.
So just off the top of your head, would you have a profile for an age profile for someone who's using the bus? The majority of people that are using the bus, is it school kids or is it young adults or is it?
Well, because we're looking at, remember, we're particularly around this business case because it targeted people commuting to work and to study. It'll be the age group around people who are commuting to work and to study, but there are people going to school. So, you know, some of those kids will be.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
The answer is no. Look, the other thing I just.
We have the breakdown of who uses the buses by concession cards, and we report it each quarter in the network. We report it by network in each of the network performance reports that go to PATC. I just don't have it in front of me, but I mean, adult B card concessions are around, or you know, in the 17% range, and then.
So they're people with community service cards, they get concessions. I think the issue also, sorry, the B card concession, but the other issue is that we can collect the data of the people who are on the buses because that's how we collect the subsidy off the government. You see, so when the child comes on a bus, we get the full subsidy from Waka Kotahi. So we do know all the age breakdowns for every single bus, actually. But we just haven't had the time to analyse that data sufficiently. That's the problem.
And it's only since July.
Yeah, just one other thing, if I might. Your 9 reasons, actually, common sense. Well done.
Some people will agree with them and some people probably won't.
Thank you.
Oh, okay, thanks. Sorry, we've actually got, coming back to a second round of questions from Councillor Wilson and Ware, but I'm going to go to Malcolm. Councillor Malcolm first.
So the 2018 figure of 3.4% that we had, that we're going to grow from there up to 8%. So that had 2.5 million trips, or 2,548, just go 2.5 million trips. So therefore, we're to take it up to 8%, we'll have to go up to just on 6 million trips. So that's an additional 3.5 million trips. I'll just round these off because it's so we're comfortable we're going to do that.
No. The difficulty, sorry, is I know what you're doing. You're trying to show us that we've already done a chunk of them, but the difficulty is that the business case was focused on commuter patronage, and the data you've got is all our patronage. So that's the danger. The 3.4% growing to 8% was just people commuting for work or study. And so it's only in that commuter, that peak time of travel. And the data that we give you, we can break it down to that, can't we, Lorraine? Because we must be able to.
Yeah, well, what we know, as I said, COVID changed things, and people travel differently now. More people are travelling, but they're travelling more of the time. We don't know what purpose their trips are. We won't know that until we get the journey to work information. And you've also got to be careful that the 3% to 8% is the mode share. So it also depends what proportion trips grow as a whole.
For walking and biking, is it?
Yeah.
So further to that, then that makes it actually worse because you're going from your status quo is 109 million to up to 207 million if you go the 50-cent way. So which is 97, or which is not 9,700,000 a year. But I was hoping that you're actually going to increase by 3 million trips, so it didn't make it look so bad, but you're not actually going to do that. You're only doing the difference of your commuter ones would be quite a smaller number.
Well, still, that is the time when most people are on buses, so it's just.
It might not be significantly different. Yeah.
Okay.
So to get to the 18%, I'm just trying to get some reality around those figures, because to get to the 18% that DCC's talking, we're going to have to get up to 13 million trips from a population of 115,000. So that's what we're talking, and I'm just and you're asking us to commit to another 90. Well, it's actually higher than that, but not $90 odd million, $9 million a year to get to that. And if we get there, well, it sounds all right, but if we only get to the increases you're getting now, to 30% increase, that's 850,000. It's still $11.50 a trip that ratepayers are subsidising. So.
Is there a
So I'm not sure
question?
if there was just
Yeah.
for clarity, we're asking for direction on what we asked the community about. So we're not asking for a decision, but we've invested a significant money with our partners in this business case, and we think the right thing to do is to select an option and test with the community their appetite for significant investment. What would be significant? In an improved public transport network. The data's not perfect, as Pim explained, modelling never is, but it's the best that these people do this for a job. That's what they do, and we can have some confidence in that. But you've seen on the report, this is a significant investment if we go down any of these paths, be it 50 cents a dollar, $2, or even status quo to do the electrification and the other improvements to the network. And it is going to be something that we need to have a very good conversation with our community about.
Yeah. So my question then is, how are we going to express the cost to ratepayers on any of these options?
So it'll be subject to the decision you make in the paper we're picking up again tomorrow morning as to the rating model for public transport, and then it would be modelled to show what the increase would be on rates. So it would have to be transparent so people understand what the options mean.
But you know that we are currently charging an average rate in Dunedin of $148 per annum.
Yeah, I've got all those figures.
And if we want to increase the frequencies as the business case suggests, then we might be looking over 10 years of doubling that number. So you might be looking at 10% increases in rates per year, plus the fact that the electrification is going to add something.
Okay, sorry, just got some people signalling that they're almost ready to move as well. If there's urgent questions though that are still remaining, that is an important topic.
I'm just gonna move.
Yep, Councillor Ware, you were waiting for a long time. Have you got an important question? Yep.
I was just going to ask if, because I totally agree with your number 1 of 9 around that confusion around fares. I was just wondering if there'd been any thought given to just bringing in a reduced fare when that package comes in of frequencies, in a few years, because I know currently it's, if we were to reduce it, that would happen next year or something, and then a couple of years down the line we'd have those increased frequencies. Thought given to just waiting those few years and then doing that as a package, and then we would have that data by then and stuff.
Yeah, that's my view. My view is that we're committed to going from 3.4% to 8%. That was an agreement with 3 parties. If the frequencies alone don't get us to 8%, then we've got to reduce fares. I'm just saying don't do it just yet. So yes, if you're saying should we do it in year 3, all I'm saying is I don't know when the time would be right. But if we can get there with just frequency increases and keeping the, remember $2 fares, we're also suggesting we're keeping the $2 at $2. There was somebody in the public forum today was talking about increasing fares. So, in real terms, those fares are going down.
I guess we've got a commitment with 3 parties, but we also have to remember that we have a responsibility to consult with our community on affordability as well. So yeah, that's the conundrum for us all. Yep. Sorry, Councillor Ware, have you got another one? Okay, Councillor Scott, did you have? Then we'll go to Councillor Noon.
This commitment of 3 parties, I assume the 3 parties, DCC, and you previously said, Pim, that you thought the DCC could do a little bit more, so I'm not sure about that commitment. In terms of Waka Tahi,
Question.
Okay, because I want to move motion D.
Well, we've got councillor Noon who's already signalled that he would like to move something. He's first in the
Okay, no,
queue.
that's
Yep.
fine. I will move, Madam Chair, one, that we note the report. Two, that we approve for the purpose of consultation in the draft long-term plan, option D. And three, that we note that the decision in the preferred funding model was made as part of a separate paper, and the preferred model will be paid costs for the purpose of consultation.
Sorry, I didn't quite hear
2D
the
and
last
3.
bit. Is it, have you added something or is
No,
it
that
just
was
what
just
was
3.
there? Oh, sorry, okay, thank you, that was three, yep, and okay, councillor Wilson is seconding. Do you want to speak to it, Andrew?
Well, I came here today seriously considering a 50-cent fare, but I've been convinced after listening to the two experts at the end of the table. But more seriously, I think that this is a quantum leap, and I think Richard just used those words with regards to this organisation looking at the future of passenger transport for Dunedin. I mean, it's eye-watering numbers in terms of the overall costs. However, we need to find out from the community if they're ready for an enhanced service that would essentially double the frequency of the bus service. So in other words, being a half-hour service between the hours of 6 and 10, being a 15-minute service for the majority of routes, the majority of the 26 routes, plus starting a little earlier and finishing a bit later. So it's very much an enhanced service that we're considering, and we want the community to come back to us and tell us whether we're on the right track or not. And on top of that, the number of times that we have spoken with the Dunedin City Council, whether it's been through that formal process of the partnership we have with Shaping Dunedin's Future, transport needs, etc. And it's very, very clear about the willingness of the city wanting to partner with us going forward. That doesn't mean they haven't said they'll write a check for us, but in some of the informal discussions that we've had that you've been involved with, Madam Chair, and also Alexa as well, it's very clear from their elected representatives that they are up for an enhanced passenger transport service and in some way working with us in collaboration.
Cool. Thank you. Okay, the second wanting to speak.
Is it me?
Yeah,
Yeah.
sorry, that is you.
Thank you. Look, I'm really supportive of this, and thank you for the considerable thought that's this ticks so many boxes. I love the way that you put in other fare products retaining present relativities, because while I appreciate at the moment that it's a subsidy, I'm not quite sure that we change that necessarily should the subsidy go, given the way that that's worded. But it may add some costs, and I'm not quite sure how we're going to make that up. My biggest regret here is that we keep on worrying about contracts when we should be doing this tomorrow. We should be making the opportunity of rolling these out 2 years earlier. And if there was one thing that I'd like to add to this is, should we be doing it earlier? We've got some much bigger questions coming in the next few meetings, one being tomorrow the funding of how we do this, and that is going to be really hard. There's the terrible 11 million black hole that we have to do as well. We can't keep on putting costs up against adding value and doing the right thing to our community. This is a no-brainer in a time where costs are going up, where we should be worrying about carbon footprints, where we should be just looking about the quality of our streets and congestion and having streets being actually functional. What this works on is everyone getting places faster if you get cars off roads. And I am really sick about it. I'm going to say it around the table because I've heard it around the table. I'm really sick of people saying there's only 3 people in a bus when they're driving one person in a car and taking 3 cars take up the same amount of room on the road. That just really gets to me, because it's an inefficiency that people just don't see. So look, great stuff. We should have been doing this tomorrow. I'd love it if you could come back and tell us next week we could, because I'll be doing it tomorrow and at least consulting with our community about doing the right thing sooner.
Thank you. We got Councillor Somerville, then Nathan.
Thanks. Look, I'd have preferred the 50-cent option, pricing option, but I think I can live with the $2 option. It's really important, as Kate has said, that we get on with this. We heard this morning through the air plan about the additional benefits. It's not just about public transport itself, but also about the health benefits of getting people out of cars and the electrification of our fleet. So let's not forget that. I guess with the 50 cent fares, we also heard in the public forum about those equity issues. And let's just keep bearing in mind to make sure that this public transport caters for the people who are least privileged in our society. And I hope before too long we can move towards lower fares than we have. However, I'm prepared to support the $2 fare option. Thank you for your work on it.
Councillor Meekum.
Just, I guess, counter to what Ellen's just said, reducing fares makes no economic sense. I am more interested in, I have gained some interest in public transport since I got onto the council, but I would be more interested in investing in regional transport, seeing that working properly, and also the electrification of our bus fleet. Fare reductions, no.
Thank you. Councillor Weir.
Yeah, I mean, I think option B is the recommendation of the business case, and for opting for an evidence-based approach, that is the best evidence that we do have. It's certainly not perfect, but it is the only real data that we have to point to. And I think that achieving that increased patronage is key to many of our goals in our strategic directions, which haven't quite approved yet, but back in 6.2, even that second goal explicitly says more affordable for all when it comes to transport. And I worry that I understand we've explicitly said keeping those same relativities, but if the current government pulls back that program, that will mean a fare increase in real terms for a lot of people. And so that would be going directly against one of our strategic directions there. But keeping that in place would be good. Obviously, I'm keen for all of our frequency stuff, regardless of what price we opt to. And it sounds like maybe there will be an opportunity to look at that again in the future based on those numbers. But I also think that, even if we don't need the 50-cent fares to achieve the specific number of mode share that we have written down a few years ago, we know for a fact that reducing those fares will increase patronage. To what extent, we can't say entirely, but we want increased patronage for all of these things. And the worst outcome, obviously there will be a 6.5% increase from option B compared to option D. But that's represents a game changer in terms of affordability for people. So even if you don't get the patronage numbers that the models show, you've achieved a whole lot more transport equity. And we've heard from the community, both in that survey and in public forum today, that people want that. And I think that given that is what we've heard from the community, that is what I would be wanting to go and ask the community in consultation. So I'd much prefer us going to consult on 50-cent fares. There's already been, OET articles about it and stuff. I think a lot of the community are expecting it. And so I'll be voting against this for that reason, but obviously, supportive of everything else in there. Sure.
Thank you. Councillor Kelleher.
Thanks. Yeah, I don't support 50-cent fares. The $2 fare was quite a reduction in a struggling activity that we undertake that needs the refresh that we've proposed. Somebody has to pay for it, and the balance is very unfair at 50 cents, especially with where it needs to move to. It becomes too cost effective for the fare payer, in my mind. So I think the staff recommendation is far more fairer. So that's why I'm happy to support that.
Thank you. Anyone else that hasn't spoken? No? Okay then, we've already read out what those recommendations are that you're moving, so we're all clear on that. So I'm just going to put you on and put them all as one, yep, which we'll do. So all in favour.
Say one thing.
Oh,
just to-
sorry,
just
you
right reply.
right of reply.
That's
Forgetting right of reply
That's right.
today.
No, 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 no
Sorry,
problem.
thank
Been a
you
long
for
day.
reminding me.
Just in terms of decarbonisation, this council's already committed to that as the contracts for each unit are renegotiated, and the first one of those units that has been renegotiated, or the first one of those contracts, 7 buses arrive in January. So correct, January 2024. So that program is starting to be rolled out, which is separate than the fares and frequency. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, this time. So I'll put it all in favour. Aye. Against.
No.
Carried. And would you like your against recorded? Sure. Thank you. Thank you very much. We're still here though for the next one. Yeah, don't get to escape yet, sorry. We are on to 6.6 Queenstown Public Transport Consultation topic. Similar scenario, but this time in Queenstown and a different proposition.
Yes,
Like to
that's pretty
introduce
much
quickly.
sums it up. Very similar, comes out of the Whakapuhi Way to Go partnership, and again, an overarching program business case called the Queenstown Transport Business Case, which the partners are progressing, that had the infrastructure, the public transport services, and the travel demand management components to it. So ours is the public transport services. Have to acknowledge here that the infrastructure is progressing, but it's behind timelines, and that is factored into the staging and timing for the business case improvements that we're doing through the public transport investment. Other than that, it's just to note that the status quo isn't really an option for Queenstown. And again, it comes back to this is the business case recommendation. Business case isn't quite finalised, so I've tried to identify that there is a risk in the report that we don't have final costs, noting that there could be further delays with infrastructure, and noting that funding all of the infrastructure is a risk even to our delivery, and in that case that includes what is recommended through the business case, which is a depot for Queenstown. And yeah, so funding approval and availability is a further risk on this business case.
I'll just add very quickly that I think the critical thing here is that the significant investment is in out years, 3, 4 onwards. Lorraine's already pointed out that is at risk, and we will need to continue to update this council on progress made by other partners on those dependencies for that investment. What we have done is listen to those other partners and included a sum in here for targeted improvements, which was very important for them over the next couple of years ahead of any significant network improvements. So that has been added in, and that's part of that new approach with the joint committee and seeking feedback from both QRDC and Waka Kotahi around what would make a difference for the community over there. So that is something you won't have seen previously, but has been included for consultation.
And I've just come from a Way to Go board meeting, which I left this meeting for earlier. My understanding is that the Waka Kotahi board did consider the New Zealand Up funding for the BP roundabout, the bus hub in Frankton and Howard's Drive, which are the 3 big projects we really want to get done to make our frequency increase of buses much more effective. And my understanding is that they've approved those. They still need to check with the minister, given that it's a new minister, but Richard Osborne was really hopeful that those projects would be ready to go in the new year, early in the new year was his comment today. So, the reason we're waiting with increasing the frequencies, as both Richard and Lorraine have just explained, is because we don't have those key bits of infrastructure in place yet. So we're waiting until year 3 and then on to end up with a similar investment to what we're doing in Dunedin.
Thanks for that update. That's good. Right, other questions? No?
Yes, there is, sorry.
Oh, thanks, Councillor Laws.
The patronage of Queenstown. I'm sorry, you might have it somewhere, in which case I'll have missed it. But who are the bus patrons of Queenstown? Are they locals? Are they tourists? School children? What's the breakdown?
So we don't have them by who they are. We have that same breakdown by, I guess, what ticket type they have. So whether they're adult, whether they're a concession fare by age group.
So
sorry, Michael, we can get whether they've used a B card or not. And tourists tend not to use B cards. So, the cash fare is something we can analyse further. Again, we've seen significant growth this year in patronage, 32% compared to pre-COVID. So the growth of patronage in the Queenstown network has almost mirrored what's happened in Dunedin.
The reason I asked that question is that if we're going to go out to consultation with the Queenstown community, they're not going to be happy subsidising tourists. This is for their public transport needs at the end of the day. And if the primary user of this bus service is tourists, that's why I would have thought that was a pretty germane question. And even whether or not you would have charged differential costs.
So what is the question, sorry? Would people
Well,
be-
I wanted to know what the breakdown was, and one doesn't.
Oh,
exist.
sorry, I see. Yeah.
We can analyse that further again, and again, we just need some more time with data. The difficulty is that COVID has messed up the data around tourists, especially international tourists. And so we just haven't had the time series to analyse that data. But I should say that tourists tend to pay a higher fare because they don't tend to use the B card.
Yep.
So they pay a higher cash fare, and secondly, they also congest the road, particularly out of Queenstown Airport, whether they're domestic or international tourists. They create congestion for locals. So the
To
subsidy,
stimulate the local economy.
yeah, and of course they support the local economy. So particularly for Queenstown and Wanaka. So there are reasons why you might want to subsidise even non-rate payers.
Good luck.
Any other questions? Councillor Noon signalling it's happy to move when the time comes. Yep, Councillor Ware's happy to second. Just checking.
4 recommendations.
Yep. There's not an option we need to, it's just already stating the option, so that's good. Okay, Councillor Noon, over to you.
That's great news that Pim's just delivered on the Way to Go board meeting that it's attended, because I think nearly every time we get together with Queenstown Lakes District Council and the other partners, the whole Way to Go program, there's a lot spent, a lot of discussion spent around Waka Kotahi's ability to deliver the projects that are critical to an enhanced passenger transport service. So that's great news. Queenstown have got, as we all know, have got gridlock at certain times of the day, from about the Shotover through to Frankton, through to the CBD, and it's obviously only getting worse. They've also got, at times, the capacity on the buses is absolutely chocker. So we've got real issues. I think we've got issues in Dunedin. Well, it's minor compared with the challenges in Queenstown in terms of improving an enhanced passenger transport service. And they did that survey or business case back in 2020, where it was identified that there needed to be a 40% mode shift by the 2030, or I can't quite remember the date.
Yeah, there's different screen lines, but yeah, as early as 28, 2030 on the different roads.
Exactly. So getting people out of the cars, onto buses, walking and cycling, I mean, that's a major challenge. So I just urge my council colleagues to support this. This is important for the future of transport needs in and around Queenstown.
Councillor Ware as seconder. Did you want to speak now, or Councillor Laws, you were next, then Forbes.
I do need to point out a number of things here. the Queenstown ratepayer is already subsidising tourists. They're having to pay for the infrastructure of a city that's 125,000 plus during peak season from a very, very, very small rate-paying base. So their subsidy and the question of whether or not they're then to subsidise the public transport of tourists is an issue. I also need to pick up just what Councillor Noon said. Councillor Noon, they're travelling over the same roads, these buses, as the cars. They're caught in the same congestion. The stupidity of Waka Kotahi, i.e. the New Zealand Transport Agency, in placing a single lane or double lane bridge across the Shotover contributes to much of that congestion during peak hours. So it's the moronic behaviour of government agencies that have in actual fact exacerbated the problem and shows no signs of funding an alternative to. So I think we need to be a wee bit sensitive here of asking Queenstown people to subsidise a service that may potentially be used primarily because we don't know. And again, we're consulting on something we don't know about. Now, I have some sympathy for you, Pim. We don't know what we don't know. But if you're going out to consult on something and you don't have anything as basic as who's actually using the buses, then I think your consultation's just worth the tin of proverbial. So for that reason, I won't be supporting the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Forbes.
I am very supportive of this motion, and thank you, Pim. It's a really tricky place for Queenstown to be. I get that, and I have some sympathy with some of the points that Michael has raised, but I still think that we have to crack on at pace with the best public transport that we can afford and that people want us to bring in. And there are times that the buses are absolutely chocker. There's other times when they're empty. And it's and getting our heads around how all of this works is quite tricky, but we've done a great job over the last couple of years of doing so. And the buses are very popular now, and everything that we're hearing is that people want more of it. So as far as I'm concerned, we just crack on, and thank you for that, and consult with this.
Anyone else care to speak? Doesn't look like it. We will put those then. All in favour? Aye. Against?
Aye.
No.
Would you like that recorded?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Motions are one. Thank you. Very last paper for today.
Three more.
Oh, sorry. Maybe I've missed one. Oh, yeah.
It's your decision to adjourn.
All right, we have got the 6.7 local and intra-regional transport consultation topic.
So take this read, I suppose, just to move things along, but it's exciting.
Yeah, it's pretty
and a bit
self-explanatory, but an
experimental.
exciting opportunity for the community to give feedback on new service, trials of new services.
Could I also just acknowledge Lorraine's work in bringing this paper forward, and all the papers actually, Lorraine, and your team, because I think the council's been asking this question for a long time, and around whether we might investigate the opportunity of public transport outside just the two large networks that we have. And I really appreciate that you've been able to get the team to prepare this for consideration for consultation.
Fantastic. Who wanted to move? That was Councillor Wilson, seconded by Councillor Noon. Just double checking, were there any questions of this paper, just quickly?
Yes, quickly.
Yep, no problem. Councillor Laws.
This is Monica the Woods. So, and recommendation 2 says approve for the purposes of consultation $3.7 million. So is the proposal that we're going to spend almost $4 million on just consulting?
No.
Without putting one bus on the road?
No, Michael, that's the proposed cost over 10 years to deliver the trials. So that's the feasibility and delivery, everything, and all inclusive.
So that includes actually getting the services up and trialling them and
taking some people on a bus somewhere.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you. And the second, that's cool. Okay, I'll breathe now. And the second aspect is when is it anticipated that the 4 bullet point services on recommendation 2 would commence. I don't care if you just give me a ballpark date.
On page.
So they would commence in year 2. All
All of them, all 4.
Some studies, some operation.
Correct.
131.
Thanks.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Councillor Wilson, did you want to speak?
I do want to speak. I am delighted because I have been thinking that regional, also talking to the motion.
Yes.
The regional transport has been something that's been lacking. It is a fundamental inequity. Alan and Elliot love talking about equity, and this is one that I think will get their hearts ringing because passenger transport is 51% paid for by general rates, and yet it is not a service that is provided to equitably over Otago. And so people who get a bus service are being subsidised by ratepayers from outside who don't get it. This is about people connecting well in their communities and trialling it. Everywhere I've been, there have been people who've told me stories of why they need a service, whether it's and we're not going to deliver the service that everyone wants, but we're going to at least start on that, providing a level of service and letting them prove by putting their bums on seats, literally, of seeing if the service is viable. In Oamaru, I've heard of school children unable to participate in activities because they don't have a bus service providing that after school access to parents who don't have access to vehicles or can't drive them. Down south, it's about more getting to hospital, no taxi services in some of those areas, and so buses, and the lack of affordability to move house to where the medical services would otherwise be provided. There's a whole lot of equity issues here at every level, and so I'm really delighted to see us finally answering the call and providing this as a regional service, looking at providing regional service. We know we will have succeeded when we can drive by public transport around Otago without having to, and that it's actually intuitive. We've got a long way to go on this trip. This is just the beginning of the start. Thank you.
Councillor Noon.
Yeah, our last regional land transport plan and our last regional passenger transport plan talked about the aspirations and I suppose consideration for this council to give some thought and investigate the possibility of inter-regional services. And I think, you could argue in the last 3 years we've been missing in action, but, we've probably had plenty of other things to focus on in the passenger transport space. But I can recall in the last few months, the Waitaki District Council had a discussion about public transport, and Councillor Jim Thompson had to comment in the paper about the Otago Regional Council sort of missing in action on this topic. So we are stumping up. We're giving the opportunity for some feedback through the consultation process. So, we look forward to hearing from our constituents around, what these proposals mean to them and whether they support.
Thank you. Councillor Scott, you had your hand up.
Yeah, no, I just want to acknowledge that this is a topic that I've had at this table for a while and acknowledge that a lot of it's come from Kate. So well done, Kate. And I suspect Alexa and maybe others as well. I don't know if Andrew's been involved, but well done. It's really exciting to see this. Thank you.
Right, good comments. Councillor Laws.
Yes, it is a long time overdue. I've sat around this table for 7 years and we've talked about the public transport needs of Dunedin, but very rarely of Central Otago and the lakes, apart from Queenstown. That said, I'd like to put some caution here. The proposal that we're going out with, as I understand it, requires the buy-in of New Zealand Transport Agency. In fact, it requires them to fund these proposals. So I do think that we need to ensure that we don't raise expectations, particularly given the messages that are coming out of central government at the moment and the need to cut our cloth at a national level anyhow. Fine, we'll consult on it, But we do need, and we may well get overwhelming feedback from people. Yeah, this is a great idea. But as a note of caution, if New Zealand Transport Agency don't turn up and pay a little over half of the costs, then the consultation will have been for naught. And all I would ask is, as we place this into the long-term plan, whether or not it is possible to approach the New Zealand Transport Agency and the Minister himself and promote this particular idea so that it doesn't come as a surprise. And I'd be very interested in our promotion of that next step as soon as possible.
So Waka Kotahi is definitely aware of this. That's all I'll say. But I agree.
Okay,
I
thank
agree
you.
with
I thought that would be the case.
Michael.
That's okay, yep. Thank you. We are in debate. Councillor Malcolm.
I did have a question, but I'll form it as part of my debate. And look, our CE was very nervous some months ago when he went to park on a bus stop in Oamaru, and then he was informed that there is actually no buses. The reality is we've actually just freshly painted some bus stops in Oamaru, so we are looking forward to this opportunity. Two parts of caution that I would look at is that we have a look at our fare structures right from the start, because the old system, and whether that can be reignited with the start of these trials, it used to be a third rates, a third NZTA and a third fare. So whether that can still be a consideration when you're doing it, and signals from government would show you that. I actually believe that it should be all taxpayers paying. So I think the whole portion of this, if you're going to go the cheap end, should be done by taxpayers, not by ratepayers. And also, if you be very mindful of your clauses, paragraph 27 and 30, which sort of indicates you may get contribution from the Waitaki District Council. Just again, remembering it's the same group of ratepayers that you'd be targeting. So I would far rather have one bill coming from the ORC for my buses, because I'll be operating them rather than having two separate rates. But yeah, very, very, very happy to see this proposal finally come forward, and well done for your team, Lorraine, for getting this underway. It's really good. Thank you.
Great, yes. Anyone else? Councillor Wilson, did you want to write a reply?
No, thank you. Except for I should have thanked the staff, which I didn't do. Thank you.
Yeah, a big thanks to staff and again to you, Councillor Wilson, for sticking by this one and putting a lot of effort in. We do appreciate it. So we've got the recommendations there, which we've all read, so we can put those now. All in favour? Aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. Thank you. 6.8, transport activities procurement strategy.
So just to reminder why this paper is in the long-term plan meeting when it's not specifically a long-term plan topic. It was originally sitting within the audit and risk agenda last week. It doesn't sit within the delegation of audit and risk, and it was rightly pointed out by some councillors to do it at council last week wasn't fair, because not everyone would have had the chance to have reviewed the paper ahead of council meeting. So we have pushed it into today's. It's not specific to the long-term plan. Lorraine can talk a little bit about about the procurement strategy, which is just something that we need to do as a council in order to ensure we can get that match funding. But I just wanted to provide that background as to why this is here, and just make the point this is not related to our LTP consultation, as everything else that we've done today is.
And just note that this is the key direction that staff probably are seeking, rather than the entire strategy as well.
Yeah. Yes, that's correct. The procurement strategy we must have to, as Richard mentioned, to attract that funding from Waka Kotahi, and we must, as well as complying with council's procurement strategy, procurement requirements and the Waka Kotahi procurement manual, we have to actually have set out and approved our strategy for procuring all of our transport activities in advance. We need to replace ours next year, and we will be bringing the strategy to council in February. And this is just seeking a direction. So we also have the new, the amended Land Transport Management Act, which brings in the Sustainable Public Transport Framework. So that has some different provisions for us as a council and as a public transport authority, and the things that we can procure and the way that we procure. But one of the big questions that we wanted to put forward to you early is around the ability for council to own key strategic assets in the transport area, and whether we should progress and how we should treat that issue in terms of the procurement policy. So we're seeking direction today for from council as to how we should frame our procurement strategy, and particularly in regard to asset ownership. And then we will bring that back to you again in February as part of the strategy.
Okay.
So the options that are put forward are supporting it or opposing it.
Thanks, Councillor Wears, I think.
Sorry,
willing
Lane, just to be clear,
moderate.
the third option, which is the option is available to us without stating a preference as in support or oppose, and it's done as part of an assessment of the best value for money and the best approach to be taken. So that option is open as well.
Yes, that's true.
Is that number 4?
That's number 4, correct.
Councillor Weir, was it you
Yeah,
who
we move on to
signalled?
questions.
Yeah, but when the time comes, you were happy to move. Yep, Councillor Meehan.
Yeah, look, I just think that this is interesting. It needs a business case and it needs net present value calculations around it so that we know as a council what we're getting ourselves in for. So I just want to encourage you to give us that best business case you can, particularly with those financials in them. It's a bit hard to sort of say that I can support the capital investment without actually seeing that first, which is your option 2. Can certainly approve 4, but yeah, that's.
Yeah, so from my perspective, we have to have a strategy to even consider the possibility of owning assets that will be subsidised through Waka Kotahi. So that's the main purpose today.
It's an important point is that this is just opening the door for us to, then you're absolutely right, Tim. In order for us to even attract the funding for Wakatay, we would have to have all the data that you would also expect around the council table to confirm our investment. Just that if it's not in the procurement strategy, it's a method we may choose to use, then the door's not open for us to do that.
Yep. It'd be a very big step to make that decision.
Oh, rightio. Yep, thanks. Are there any further questions? Doesn't look like it. So, yeah. Councillor Weir, over to you. What are you moving?
I'm going to move recommendations 1 and 2.
1 and 2. Yep. Good one. And you're seconding that, Councillor Noon? Yep. Good one. Councillor Weir, do you want to talk to it?
Yeah, I'm just wanting us to support at this very high level investing in that kind of infrastructure. I'm talking to quite a few other regional and unitary councils this week, and that's all something they're looking at as well. Because this is one of those things that there would be short-term costs, but it's really about thinking of future generations. And it will put the ORC of tomorrow in a much better financial and strategic position to negotiate when it comes to contracts and stuff. Earlier today, we extended that capital repayment to 20 years, which makes sense. But I think if we're willing to put those costs onto the next generation, we also have to be really thinking about those future generations when it comes to our transport network. As it's already been pointed out, it's the recommendations only as a possible strategy. So, if it didn't make sense in any given situation, we wouldn't do it. But having that option would be something I would definitely support. Yeah.
Right, Councillor Noon.
Yeah, I think we just want to have all the tools in the toolbox to optimise these procurement processes, whether we go down this track or not. That'll time will tell, but it's like we need all tools in the toolbox to get best value for money.
Thank you, councillor Scott.
Cool. As a wise person once said to me, councils are not very good at owning infrastructure. So why would we get involved in this? You just look at that, for example, our building project, you know, and how long that went for. So in this particular situation, somewhere to not only put the assets, it needs to be state of the art over time, electrification. It's a complex thing. It's best left to the people that know how to operate their buses. And when they finish their contract, they can sell it to the next one, or they can do, and it's all built in. And we can focus on what we do well, and that's policy, without getting involved in this stuff. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Forbes.
Thank you to the transport team. Gosh, it's been a big day for transport today, and thanks very much for your work. And I think this is a really good thing to consider. I tend to agree with Elliot, but I have sympathy for Brian's view as well. And so I'm looking forward to seeing the business case and the fleshed out strategy, but certainly I support this motion to start looking at it and to get it into think about it from a procurement perspective. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor Kelleher, and then Malcolm.
Thank you. I support motion 1. By supporting motion 2, we are really signalling to our existing contractors that our preference could be something different. But we haven't investigated it. We haven't got enough detail to actually say that is the case. I was happy to have option 4 there because it would allow us to do some investigation without signalling a direction one way or the other. But at the moment, I really wonder what a business model would look like for a contractor if they don't actually own the buses themselves, and we do. So then their contract is just about a service that they provide on our assets. So I concur with Councillor Scott around the thinking of why would we get involved in that sort of asset ownership. The depot situation may be, like Queenstown, an issue we may have to help with, as opposed to forcing shortish term contracts to have to find that level of asset. But so I won't be supporting option 2.
Thanks, councillor Malcolm.
Yeah, I can't support that either. I'm actually I would go with 4. And if we look under paragraph 14, and we're talking about sustainable public transport framework, which is the framework that we're working under, and it's all about maintaining, improving driving wages, reducing the emphasis on market competition. So to me, that really sounds like a government model that should be driven by central government and funded by central government. And I think a business case around that philosophy, if that's truly the philosophy they're going with, will show us that yes, that the operators, the Richies and Co, should not be the ones having the centres, having the depots, that we will need large centralised depots, especially once we've decarbonised. So that should be centrally funded by government, and then, it certainly can be controlled by RRC, but it should be centrally funded by taxpayers, and then we can operate it, but it should be, it's not us to fund, but I think 4 will lead us to that position. Because we need the figures and we need the business cases around that, but I think 4 is the way to do that without us signalling that we will be the investor. And the investment could, exactly as Councillor Scott has said, it certainly doesn't need to be RC, but it could be a government private equity partnership anyway in those centres, which I think would end up being the sort of position. So I'm against 1. I'm for 1, and I'm against 2, and I'm clearly in favour of 4.
Thank you, councillor. Actually, Metham and then Laws.
Yeah, look, I just want to reiterate that as well. I really don't see the advantages in having huge investments in assets as a council like this. But I think it's worth a decent investigation. I'd be supporting 4 as well. I certainly don't support 2 in the message that it's sending.
Thank you, councillor Laws.
The clause 19 is the logic that is tendered by the staff paper on this matter. And I don't think, having been through something similar this in a previous life, that it should be immediately dismissed. So you can support 4 on the basis that it isn't, but that further work or investigation will be done. The problem with being a local government tendering any service, and we've discovered this with buses, I don't know if I'm talking out of turn, but you really have very, very, very limited controls when it all goes wrong. And there is a good, logical, right-wing conservative case to make for ensuring that there is effective competition in the services that you are tendering out. And public transport obviously is going to be one of them. I just want to signal that although we should do some further work on it, I'm not opposed to the concept per se. And it's certainly something that would be worthy of further public consultation and investigation.
Councillor Wilson.
Look, it's interesting that people are saying that they can't support 2, but they'll support 4. But I'm not sure that any of this. I don't want to see us have a split vote. I'm happy with 2 or 4 because I don't see there's much difference. I think what we're not doing here is considering our property arm. We've proven that we're not good at property, but we have some very good property operators that we could be talking to who have, and I'm not quite sure why that isn't nuanced in here. So I'm very happy with either. I think we need to go down a positive step. And I think that we, in order to get some of this work done, but I think there's some really good industrial land that we could be looking at internally that could make us have a really good opportunity here. I'd rather that we weren't voting against 2 just to do 4, but I'm happy to foreshadow 4 if it does get lost. I'm not sure that they're as different as some of us are making out.
Councillor McCall.
You know, I'm pretty much an option 4 person, to be honest, because I think as we just go, we certainly cannot commit any of our partners or anybody other than ourselves here. But I think we need to open up the discussion, but we don't want to go out there and say we don't want to be going into opposition, put it that way, at this stage. We need to do the work and we need to start the discussions now. So option 4 is for myself.
Okay, for me, I agree that effective competition is really important. And I also think that there could be some advantages in scale with us thinking about infrastructure. I think that it could help our ratepayers significantly. So we can't rule it out yet. What we're trying to do today is give some sort of guidance to staff on what our procurement strategy is. By voting on 4, we're not doing that. We're simply noting something, which is lovely, but we're not giving any direction. Whereas if we go, as Councillor Wilson said, with the 2, it says a possible strategy for ensuring best value, which isn't signing up to doing, procuring infrastructure. It's just saying we're going to use our brains here, and just obviously it would come back to the council and community, and we would determine whether it was the right way forward. But by just going with 4, I think that's a bit of a cop-out today.
I think we just change the word support. Because if you take out support, put somebody else and something else.
Investigate.
What about if you put supports possible capital investment as a strategy?
It says there's a possible strategy, so it already is possible.
Supports investigating possible capital investment. Supports investigating capital investment.
But we're trying to
we
have
always
a
investigate it. So that's,
procurement
investigate through a business. So this is right. This is to give us some guidance so that our language within the procurement strategy reflects the, what this table, the direction that the table sets us. The investigation piece would always happen. We would have to, if we're talking about assets, we would have to do that and bring it to the table.
That clarifies for me then. Can't agree with this too.
Yeah.
Message.
Okay, that's fine. Yep, that's totally fine. So we've got a mover and a seconder. Everyone understands what they've moved and seconded, which is the two.
Division.
Yep, so we're calling for a division, and I'll put the noting and the supporting 1 and 2 together then. And we'll call division. Well, actually, shall we do them separately? Yeah, we'll do one first then. Yeah, because then we noted it. Yep. So we'll do one first. All in favour? Aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. And then we've got 2 as a division.
Okay, so councillor Forbes,
Yes.
councillor Kelleher,
No.
councillor Laws,
No.
councillor Malcolm,
No.
councillor McCall, councillor McCall, sorry,
Yes.
councillor Methven,
No.
councillor Noon,
Aye.
councillor Scott,
No.
councillor Somerville,
Yes.
councillor Weir,
Yes.
councillor Wilson,
Yes.
councillor Robertson.
Yes.
That's
5.
Councillor Laws missed out, I think. Did he? No? Oh, okay, sorry.
No, it's
Yep,
165.
voted. 1,
7 to 5.
7, 5,
Yeah.
1. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much again to the staff from the PT team who've been here for a while now this afternoon and provided some really high quality papers.
No, are you about to do the therapy?
Yes.
Well, I'd just like to formally thank, can we formally thank them for this last meeting? At the table, as a
Certainly
record.
can.
I don't know, if you want to do that, I just want to check it. Yeah. Look, yep, you can do it, or?
Yes, I was going to do that as well. Thank you, Pam. It's been fantastic having you with the council. It is your final formal council meeting. And yeah, you've provided us with a massive amount of your experience, not only in your role as interim CE, but also leading the PT team and taking us to a place where we can have papers like this that set us up for really fantastic conversations with our community and leaping us forward into a space that we need to be in public transport. Thank you so much for the gift of your experience and time, and really hope that you have a fantastic Christmas and break with your family, and then I understand you've got exciting adventures ahead as well, so just wishing you all the very best. Thank you.
Gretchen. Well, maybe I could just respond just very briefly, if I'm allowed. We'll be brief, I promise, but I'd just like to thank everybody around this table too. I've really enjoyed my time at ORC. Thank you for all the support from council, and I've really enjoyed the last 7 months. I feel the organisation's travelling incredibly well. I'm really proud of the way ORC is travelling. I think Richard's doing a fantastic job. I'd like to thank Richard for giving me these 7 months involvement with transport, and I'd like to thank Lorraine for the support she's given our transport team as well. So just a bunch of thank yous, and really enjoyed my time here.
Oh, well, that's so good. I also, oh yeah, well done. Like to see what your updates are from Europe as well. But yeah, a big massive thank you to our councillors as well and all the other staff. Richard, thank you so much for your leadership as well over the last 6 months as the CE, but also in your previous roles as well with the council, which can't be underestimated. We are in a really good space. We've had some really, really good discussion today, and more to come tomorrow as we resume our paper on setting us up for the LTP. What a lot of work to get us to this point, and we've been part of that as a team. So just a massive thank you to you and your staff for putting in the effort that's got us to this space. Really appreciate it. Hope everyone has a really safe and happy Christmas as well. And yeah, we'll close with karakia. Rightio.
Yes, we need to formally adjourn the meetings we're picking up tomorrow.
Oh, sorry. Okay, good point. We need to formally actually adjourn the meeting rather than close the meeting. We will have a karakia in a moment, but it's just to close off today, not to close off the entire meeting. So Councillor McCall is moving and Councillor Kelleher is seconding. All in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. And I'll just close off. Kia tau te rangi Māori ki runga i ngā iwi o te ao. Thanks everyone.
Happy walking, Alan.
Thanks, Kate.